Hello again, everybody, and welcome to another exciting episode of the Jim Cornette Experience about another weird week in the world of wrestling. Tony Khan does buy Ring of Honor. Vince McMahon doesn't fight Pat McAfee, plus updates on all of our favorite cast of imbeciles. And joining me here, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-host to you. It's the match the fans demand, McMahon versus Last at WrestleMania. The great Brian Last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. They couldn't afford me, but it's a pleasure to be here once again. I'm very happy to be here with the man that kept Ring of Honor alive. How do you feel today?
Oh, now quit patting me on the back. See what I did? I went from Pat McAfee to patting me on the back. Just because it's true doesn't mean we need to crow about it. But, no, at this point, I don't think anything can kill a wrestling promotion.
The Dixie Carter rule? Nothing can kill a wrestling promotion.
Well, I mean, now, Impact is still alive somehow. We've called it the zombie promotion. And now, you've got Tony Khan out there with his butterfly net. And I mean, if he bought a Ring of Honor, he can buy pretty much anything else, I would think, except McMahon land. So, maybe this would just start a wrestling promotion with the idea of selling it to another wrestling promoter at this point. Might be the way to make money.
The MLW business plan.
Hey, come on now. Whoa, wait a minute.
That's what I got. Yeah, I thought I was going to get the applause.
I didn't have time to hit the right button. But no, it used to be, we started joking, well, the way to make money in wrestling these days is to let the fans in for free and charge them to get out. And then it became not necessarily a joke, but actually the truth. The way to make money in wrestling was to train wrestlers instead of actually trying to wrestle yourself and let them go through the heartache. And now apparently the way to make money is to start your own wrestling promotion so a billionaire or a Mark can buy it, or possibly when some of those things converge into one. And and there's still the same amount of people watching this shit. They just have ever increasing amounts of time on their hands, the fans these days, because it's the same number of people watching everything. But at least wrestling is not as obsolete as my digital camera. Did I even tell you about this?
You have not, and that was not the transition I expected. I didn't know you had a digital camera.
That's the transition that you deserve. Well, here's what happened. Obviously, I started in wrestling as a photographer, right? And I've had an affinity for taking pictures and for framing a picture, framing a photograph, not framing it on the wall, but I mean the framing of photos. I have an eye for it. I've got an affinity. But unfortunately, it's a pain in the ass to get film and to get film developed these days and blah, blah, blah. So for a period of time, I didn't take any pictures. And then we mentioned TNA. When I first started working with TNA in Florida in 2006, Stace and I would go down there and say, well, I want to take some pictures in Florida because we're kind of making it vacations at that point. A vacation, unfortunately, that involved having to sit in an enclosed space with shit stain for some period of time. We were trying to make it more pleasant around the edges, right? I said, I'll buy one of these digital cameras. So I get the state-of-the-art digital camera there, right? It's like $400. And, of course, then I took that. We had it in Florida, and I took it to some of the wrestling reunions, fan fests, and then took it to England for our first big trip over there. Took a bunch of pictures. Don't have a goddamn one of them. Because the pictures, they don't go on film, as I mentioned. They go on a little chip in the camera. And then Stacy would download the pictures onto her computer. And every time I'd say, but I don't have pictures of so-and-so, and I don't have pictures. Oh, I've got them on my computer. Well, I can't frame the computer and stick it on the wall. I can't put the computer in my pocket and carry it around with me. And I can't flip through the computer with my fingers while I'm wearing my bifocals watching the cellular vision. Or I can't put the computer in a fucking album. So then for quite a while, I haven't taken any pictures. because I never get them anyway, right? But a couple of projects have come up that I'm going to need to start taking some pictures. One of them with our friends at Heritage Auctions. We'll be talking about that later on, but I got to be shooting some things in the vault. But another came up because my rear property fence, all this is going to tie together, Brian. The fence on my rear property line is very old and it's decrepit and it's an eyesore and it needs to be replaced. And I feel for the people on the far end, on the other side of the fence, because when I put it up 15 years ago, that used to be a 150-something acre farm. I've talked about it where I learned to talk to the cows. I was a little Jimmy Doolittle, Dr. Doolittle here, talking to the animals out in my backyard, this pasture and the barn and the big lake and the cows and the nature and the quiet and the peace. About 15 years ago, this asswipe here in town that had bought the place leveled all that to build a subdivision. And I was looking at a big giant, because the alfalfa field back there was 30 acres by itself. I'm looking at a giant field of mud, right? I said, no. I put up the tallest solid wood fence allowed by law, 8 feet high, all the way across my back property line. And that at that point, the recession happened and the global economy went to shit during that last Republican administration. And they stopped building anything back there. So for years, I just had that fence sit blocking off my field of mud back there, right? My view of it. But then over the last several years, they finally finished building all these houses, and now I've felt bad. And one of the neighbors back there is a listener. I won't give his name in case people in the neighborhood might want to string him up or something.
It's Dan, isn't it?
It's not Dan. Don't say anything bad about Dan or Hank. Just because Hank shits in my driveway every once in a while, it's not him. Anyway, so the fence covers, it just goes from one end of my back property line to the other, but on the other side, it's on all or part of 4 different folks' property. And so I want to put up something nice, and I want to make sure that because they got to look at it closer than I do. It's 500 feet from my house or whatever. It's 25 feet from their back door. So I found a fence over here in town that they've just put up with this area that they've renovated. Very nice wooden fence, privacy fence type of thing, but it's special. I can't describe it to you. You got to see pictures, which ties into my camera statement. Because I'm going to go take pictures. Well, the last time that we tried to get some pictures off the chip on this camera, it wouldn't go into Stacy's computer slot because she got a new computer, and where she used to take them off, well, now it wouldn't pop up. We didn't know what the fuck. I said, well, take your phone that takes pictures in the car, and I'll drive us over there, and we'll jump out and we'll take some pictures of this fence, and then you can email them to me, and I, in turn, as Reggie B. Fine would say, I'll delay this information to the neighbors in the back. And they can see how beautiful this fence is, very decorative. And we're going to put that up all the way across. So I go over there and Stace turns it on camera. And because I'm composing the pictures, instead of just pointing and telling her what to take, I'm the artist here with the composition. So I'm holding and I'm hitting the button. I take about 15 pictures. We get back in the car. We go do our errands, come back home. I said, email me those. Guess how many I took, Brian?
1.
3. For whatever reason, there was only 3 because it ain't a real camera. And also, the sun was glaring in my eyes. The sun was in my eyes. And you can't see, there's no viewfinder. You have to hold it up, and then you can't see the goddamn screen. So anyway, I figured, goddamn it, I'll get this camera that I've got. And I'd already had her order a couple of extra chips that go in it or whatever, the thing that the pictures somehow magically go on to. because this other project I was talking about, and I'll do that. So what I did was when Hotchkiss came over the other day to pick up some of the fine merchandise, I said, hey, the chip won't go in her computer thing. See if you can figure out if you can download this or whatever the case. Well, he looks at the chips we got, and then he looks at the camera, and he said, well, this is a Sony camera, and this is a proprietary chip. I said, okay. Well, those other chips won't fit. They made it where this is the only chip that'll fit.
Wasn't that Curtis Thompson's gimmick, proprietary chip?
No, I think he was Heartbreaker Chip or Firebreaker Chip or Leg Breaker Chip. You know what? It could have been him and Tony D'Angelo. Leg Breaker Chip and Tony D'Angelo. So anyway, the chips that I got are no good. And there's a cord that you can plug in where you can plug into your computer, but then the fucking batteries were dead on the computer on the camera because I hadn't used it in the past 5 years. And he couldn't figure out whether or not that it would cup up. So he said, you can get another one of these for like $100 or whatever. I said, that was $400 and it's state of the art, high definition. And he said, well, it's 9 pixels. I said, well, how many pixels are they up to now? Apparently they're in the teens or 20s, something like that. So now what? What are you laughing about?
We just had family in town. And everyone has the new iPhone. I need to get the new iPhone. My iPhone, which is maybe a generation or two old now, still has a great camera. It's amazing. Their cameras blew me away. It was so much better than even what I have. All you need is a good iPhone. You get perfect photography, easy to send around and do whatever you want with. And he has the iPhone, doesn't he? Hotchkiss?
Yeah, but he wasn't in the car with me and Stacy. Well, she's got the goddamn smartphone.
Is it an iPhone?
It's her phone. It's some kind of, it looks the same. It's rectangular. It's got the screen on it. There's no buttons. Shit just pops up at random on the screen. If you handle it wrong, there's shit on the side that you can depress, and then other shit takes place. Looks the same to me. But I would like a camera with a lens and a viewfinder. And so now I've got to go buy a digital camera in order to go and take pictures of a fucking fence. I don't know how many pixels I need to take pictures of a fence to both show the neighbors and the prospective constructifiers of said fence how to build the fence based on the picture. So I guess we need definition for that. They got to see where all the nails go.
Other than professional wrestling and any amateur Guccione stuff that went on over there, were you ever into nature photography? Did you ever? I mean, other than
nature,
other than the fence. I mean, you have a tree on the property that you love.
Nature photography,
absolutely. It's something really beautiful about nature photography when done right.
And in nature photography, it's beautiful in the wild and the raw.
I didn't say out in the wild. I said, you go to the park.
Yeah.
Photos by the lake.
Silly boy. I've been doing nature photography since I've had a camera. You're talking about wildlife. Now, though, you're talking about the wildlife. Well, actually, I've been doing wildlife photography. So, but you're talking about the birds and the bees. Well, I've been doing some. You're talking about the furry feathered. Well,
no, I'm not talking about whatever it is you're talking about. I have no idea. But what I want to say is I got a book several years back. It was a book of the 3D photography of Harold Lloyd, the famous silent film actor.
Yes.
Made all this money, had this amazing estate, got into photography, and got into filming women naked in 3D before anyone was doing that or in 3D. And I'm thinking, this is a great future avenue for you. The Jim Cornette nature book. Jim Cornette's wildlife. You could do so many things outside of wrestling.
And me and Harold Lloyd look somewhat alike also. Maybe.
I didn't even think of that, but yes, I guess so. We just need to get you in a pork pie hat.
Yes. The pork pie hat and the 1937 fucking Cadillac LaSalle that he was driving around in. But first, I need a camera. So I'll be getting a camera to take pictures of the fence to give to the neighbors and the people that are going to build the fence. And then we got to have the fence built and chase the cat that ate the rat. But you know what? Hotchkiss, at least he saved me again there before I took a bunch of pictures on that camera and they were not pixelated properly. Just like he's saving all of us, the cult of Cornette members out there that wanted to be for so long and now finally have the opportunity to be customers at Cornette's Collectibles at jimcornette.com, that I feel like I've neglected my children, Brian, all the time that the store was closed because I physically couldn't handle the pressure, the heaviness.
Are your children the dollars or the people?
The people. That I was neglecting them. I was not making these fine products available to them when they wanted them, when they demanded them, because I was mentally and physically spent and broken. I was a crumpled Kleenex on the used peep show booth floor of life. And now I've rejuvenated thanks to the feather bottoms, the whole family of feather bottoms, Fanny Featherbottom, Felcher Featherbottom, Hotchkiss. We talked about his uncles, the Blastini brothers. We may be able to employ them in the near future. But anyway, they're getting the products out to the people, the T-shirts, the DVDs, the autographed pictures, the Cult of Cornette membership certificates, the behind the curtains have never sold this well, all because of the excellent customer. Once I sign this stuff, boom, they've got it and they're snapping it up and they're shipping it out. I was taking 2 months. They're taking less than 2 weeks. So now the time has come for me to throw a monkey wrench into the whole thing. And as you may know by now, because we're taping this episode before this happens, but the people will hear it after it's hopefully happened. So the final remaining Christmas variant action figures of yours truly, moi, in red and green festive holiday colors, were supposed to, and I assume did, hopefully, they better have, gone on sale on Saturday, March the 5th at noon Eastern at jimcornette.com. There's less than 400 remaining, and once these are gone, they're gone forever. We ain't making no more of these. And I gave everybody fair warning over the last few weeks. I don't know now, because it's at least going to be Saturday evening. Knowing everybody else involved on the other end of this program, it may be Sunday before the people hear my pearly tones on this program. I don't know if there's going to be some left. I don't know if they were snatched up instantly. I don't know if Hotchkiss was snatched up instantly because something went wrong. But if you do want a Christmas variant and you go to jimcornette.com right now and you click on the collectibles button, you will be able to tell easily whether there are still any available. If it's still on sale, there's still some available. So don't dilly-dally. Don't wait. Don't beat around the bush. Candid photography? Don't do that.
Not that bush.
Not that bush. No. You know, some of those Harold Lloyd, I've seen some of Harold Lloyd's art, and you can tell that they didn't have manscaping or womanscaping back in those days. But anyway, jimcornette.com, the last remaining Christmas variant action figures. If you want one, check it now. Get it while you can, and be aware that because I'm obviously personally hand signing and personalizing all these figures, they may slow down a little bit. You can still get great, there's less waiting on the non-figure items, but it still won't obviously be like last time because there's less than 400 of these available and then they're gone. So it's not like I'm going to do 2,000 signed figures in the next 3 weeks or whatever. Anyway, I have email real quick, and some of these are older. We're catching up with some of these, but email real quick from Matthew in Bolton, UK, who says, "Hi, Jim," and parenthetically, you too, Brian.
Hi, Matthew.
After a pretty shitty end to 2021 and start to 2022, where I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia and put onto new medication, which is royally fucked with my existing medication for my other conditions, I've now got COVID. I'm triple vaccinated, but still feeling pretty shitty and sorry for myself. But as I lay here in bed listening to the experience, I wanted to say thank you, as the laughs your shows provide have been a huge help through a difficult few months. And Matthew, did you kick an old gypsy woman? The disease followed by the medication, followed by the COVID after you've been triple vaccinated. What's next? A plague of locusts. Matthew, nip up. We hope you feel better. Everybody in Bolton does too. You're a goddamn walking disease. They don't want you around.
Don't say that.
Yeah, well,
don't say that either. They don't want him around.
Everybody in town wants him to get better. They don't want that in their midst.
Get better, Matthew. We want you around.
Yes, we want you around to make fun of in the future.
But fuck Bolton.
Well, he didn't say that the town had done anything bad to him.
I'm on his side in his battle against Bolton. You say they're discriminating against him. They don't want him around. They're telling him to get lost. I'm on his side.
I didn't say they were doing that. I said you could only imagine they wouldn't. What would here comes Larry the Leper. You want to go up and hug Larry the Leper, pat him on the back?
How dare you compare Matthew from Bolton to Larry the Leper?
Well, they're not popular people. When you see them coming, sometimes you cross the street. The lepers and the carriers of typhus and gesticulus and all those other diseases they got vaccines for now. Anyway.
There's still time for things to get better, Matthew.
Well, and there's plenty of time for them to get worse. Yes, always. So this is from BB. Hey, Jim and Brian.
Hey, BB.
What?
BB.
Hey, BB. It's not that BB.
Not Jerry's BB?
It's just from BB. But anyway, hey, Jim and Brian, I just want to say thanks for the laughs. Been a wrestling fan since I was a kid, but only started listening to the podcast in late 2018 after I had surgery, which unfortunately went wrong and left me in chronic pain and unable to work anymore. So now he's got more time on his hands, obviously. And oh, but I'm sorry. Okay, BB, it's actually, his name is Jake. See, the email said from BB, but he signed it Jake. So I got his name. I hope that doesn't make you feel worse, Jake, that I compared you to a BB. But
at least he didn't compare you to a leper.
Well, but he's in chronic pain and jobless. At least you're not homeless. If you're listening to the show, chances are you've got electricity or at least some way to connect to the world. But anyway, in all seriousness, Jake, we're glad we can make you feel somewhat better, and we hope you continue to get better and potentially be able to go back to work. But still keep listening. Just stay up late at night after work. But whether your name is Jake or BB, we still like you. Got an update on some segments that we've been doing here recently. We have been covering wildlife and the animal kingdom and animal husbandry.
This has to end.
Communing with the animals, and some people are for it and some are against it. Have you seen there's been on Twitter, there's been a lot of people for the gerbil talk and a lot of people against the gerbil talk. But this is from Andy in Yorkshire, UK. And apparently the entire scope of the gerbil discussion, controversy, and other related issues don't have territorial boundaries. They don't have, customs they got to pass through, or they don't respect borders. It's worldwide. It's people. It's human nature. And apparently human nature indicates that you are supposed to, on a regular basis, shove things up your ass. That's just apparently human nature, Brian. So
I don't think that's human nature.
Andy from Yorkshire writes, "Hi, Jim and Brian. Everybody puts you second, but they still include you, so that's something.
Could have left me out of this one, Andy.
Your gerbil talk on the most recent experience got me laughing and reminded me of something that happened at my workplace a few months ago."
Where do you work?
He's one of the bathers at PetSmart. No. He says, "I work as security for a hospital in the United Kingdom.
Oh, no.
And we got a call about some weird sexual noises coming from a disabled toilet on one of the wards. And now, okay, as this is written this way, and Andy, I know since you're from the United Kingdom, you're an Englishman. That means English is a second language for you. But it not a disabled toilet, as in, no, the toilet doesn't work, and there's a sign on it that says, out of order, but I think he's saying a toilet for disabled, one of the disabled toilets is what I think. But on one of the wards, when we got there, a male patient was in great pain and had a full toilet brush stuck in his ass. When me and my colleague asked what on earth was going on, he replied that he fell and landed on it. The pet shop, he says parenthetically, must have been closed that day. And
there have to be actual genuine ass injuries that don't actually have anything to do with weird sexual behavior like animal husbandry or plunger love or whatever this is.
Well, no, I don't think there are. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you, because I've read numerous, and Brian, you don't do enough reading. You're a voracious reader, but maybe you've been misdirected. There is actually, if I'm not mistaken, a book, and there's certainly been articles about various items that have been extricated from the human anal cavity by medical professionals at various points in various countries over various periods of time for quite some time. I've seen numerous. There was one that apparently, I don't know how they did that. I remember reading that there was not only dilation required, but also some type of small construction equipment when a person somehow ended up filling his entire anal cavity and I guess subsequently part of the colon with wet cement that then hardened.
What?
Yeah. And then there's also, and I mean, folks, and we encourage you to find them on the internet if you want to. And
no, we don't. Let's not encourage any of this. Don't send anything anywhere.
But my cousin, don't send anything anywhere. Just keep a hold of it. We'll tell you when we need it. No, send it on if you want to. My cousin Larry worked at a hospital here in Louisville in his after he got out of college and he went to whatever medical school that you need to go to he was one of the inhalation therapy people that regulated breathing and put people to sleep and or woke them up and things and such of this nature. And he said that this guy came in one day do you remember in the old days before they got to recycling things and before they got so pissy about the glass bottles, which used to be the only way you get a soft drink. They had those big 16-ounce glass Pepsi bottles that were like about, big around almost as a soft drink can, but they were tall. They were about a foot high. One of those was unfortunately lodged in this man's sphincter. The Hershey Highway had been blockaded to traffic by a giant 16-ounce soft drink bottle. And obviously they asked him how that it came to be that this bottle was, and not even like top drinking part first, but butt end first, so to speak, to make a pun. And he said, well, he was out in the woods and needed to take a shit. And because it looked like there was poison ivy in the area, he climbed up a low-hanging tree branch and squatted on the tree branch in order to take aforesaid shit so that he wouldn't squat down in what he perceived to be poison ivy. When, wouldn't you know who won the pony, he lost his balance and fell backwards, whereupon, goddammit, it has been a problem for so many years now, people throwing their refuse and their trash and their garbage out in the woods in our environment, and somebody had left that goddamn soft drink by it. He fell right on that thing. And he appreciated the help that they were giving him in getting that thing out.
All right.
So there's all kinds of things that can happen. And I do appreciate the people on Twitter also sending. Did you watch the Lemmy-Winks saga that the people were kind enough to send? Oh, Lemmy-Winks, oh, Lemmy-Winks.
I did not. I don't even know what you're talking about. No.
Well, if you go back, just type in Lemmy-Winks there while you got nothing to do. Lemmy-Winks, South Park. Some people had no idea what Lemmy-Winks was referencing on South Park. They were not aware of the practice of gerbling until we began discussing it. And then Lemmy-Winks, suddenly the whole world of what Lemmy-Winks really was opened up to these people. And I've heard from a bunch of them, and they said, damn you, vile man, to hell, for now they can never watch Lemmy-Winks again.
All right. Thanks for your email, Andy.
But, And you know, again, you know, just type in Lemmy-Winks / Mr. Slave. And
well, I see the description here on a South Park wiki. In the episode The Death Camp of Tolerance, Mr. Garrison inserts Lemmy-Winks into Mr. Slave's ass with the hope that he'll get fired. Lemmy-Winks then travels through Mr. Slave's digestive system to reach freedom. With the help of the spirits of the other animal victims, he escapes successfully and is informed after his departure that he is actually the Gerbil King and is thus destined for many more adventures.
Oh, Lemmy-Winks! Oh, Lemmy-Winks!
Oh, those guys are funny. I gotta give it to them.
Yeah. All righty then. And real quick, an email from John Fell in Baltimore, who had obviously he's feeling better now. Still a little black and blue, but we may, if we don't make it, we're going to be close. His daughter Sarah's birthday is March the 5th. So if this isn't out on March the 5th, it's going to be close. But we wanted to all say happy birthday. She's going to be 20, or has been, depending on the time frame of this, 20 years old. Happy birthday, Sarah. Pro-choice, voted for the Democrats. On the side of right, and best of all, not a fan of the Mango Mussolini. And also, and best of all, apparently she looks like her mother, is the story that I've been told.
Apparently John Fell attached her resume based on everything you're saying here, but happy birthday.
Happy birthday. And also, in familial relations, you know, I just realized we followed stories of an anally inflicted gerbil up with that. Happy birthday to your daughter, John. But since we're still in the family circle here, I got an email from the good-for-nothing brother of Charlie in Starkville, Mississippi. And you'll recall that here recently on the program, Charlie wrote in, said something, and referred to his brother as good for nothing. Well, his brother writes, my brother Charlie said I'm good for nothing. My wife has said the same thing, so he might have a point there. But I'll tell you one thing. Charlie doesn't like any toppings on his pizza. He's a cheese pizza eating son of a gun. How can the cult of Cornette trust a man that doesn't like toppings on his pizza? So now, we got a family feud, got brother against brother. And Charlie from Starkville has been revealed, Brian. Now I know your connection. Now I know your kismet, you got your synergy you got going on here with this guy. Why you've been foisting the questions off. It hasn't been financial remuneration. It hasn't been sexual compensation. You're both pizza fanatics. You don't eat anything on your pizza.
So some listener wrote you an email pretending to be Charlie's brother for that punchline?
No, that's his brother.
How do you know that?
I know his brother. Because his brother has been in contact with me on several occasions telling me things about the both of you.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
So, and his brother doesn't live in Starkville either.
Where does he live?
I can't say.
Hey, you know what I thought about the other day? You may not even know this, or you probably do. But in like 94, 95, when some young, aggressive, smart fan, like let's say me, would call up Brian Hildebrand and talk to him, whenever someone who was prying too much asked what was going on in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, what you were going to do, what the booking was, his answer was always, I can't say. And it was hard to understand. Was I can't say, or was it, I just don't know? And it was a brilliant answer. It's a brilliant answer. I can't say.
All right. Well, what's next?
It's your show.
I can't say.
Yeah.
I'll bring something up quickly and then we'll move on to more of the wrestling content. But again, people have been on Twitter and on the internet going, what about your boy Biden? Why aren't you bragging about your boy Biden? I didn't think it was necessary. He's a humble man. He doesn't need to be bragged about, not like the previous pig in chief that needed to be genuflected to and have his ring kissed and his ass kissed, whatever else he had, his mushroom head kissed. So people, why aren't you bragging about Biden? I didn't feel the need to since we're all safe again. But I'll brag about him. Since we watched the State of the Union speech this past, Tuesday night. Again, not going to belabor the point, but Donnie Dipshit couldn't stumble through a paragraph without his ridiculous condescending smirk or his assholishness or mispronouncing a word or obviously not understanding what the sentence he just uttered meant. But yet they say Joe Biden is senile when I saw an intelligent, reasonable, experienced adult give a speech for an hour. And during that period of time, he didn't say anything that I necessarily disagreed with, nor see how any reasonable person could disagree with it. The things that he hasn't done that I'd like him to do are all things that the Republicans have voted against, stalled, or fucked up. So I don't blame him for that. I blame the ridiculous rules they have in Congress where majority rule doesn't mean majority rule unless you get the big majority, which invariably involves getting some Republicans on board, which is not going to happen because they are the party of block everything for anybody except what we want to do. So otherwise than that, I didn't disagree with Joe Biden or his speech or the way he delivered it, since he obviously knows what these words mean. And he's not an obvious liar, and he's not an obvious egomaniac trying to seek attention, and he's not an obvious criminal trying to figure out a way to profit off of something or to suck up to the people ignorant enough to vote for him. He said what he should say as president of the United States and the things that he's for. Ukraine? Oh, people say, well, this wouldn't happen if Trump was president. No, this wouldn't be happening if Trump was president. Trump would have already helped Russia and his leader, Mr. Putin, carry their bags into Ukraine. It would have been over with already. Why do you think that he was given the advice, I'm sure, in all those secret meetings between Trump and Putin where they didn't have the appropriate people in the room? I'm sure Putin used his useful idiot to say, well, get out of NATO. Fuck NATO. What have they done for anybody? He wanted to tear NATO apart. Trump was impeached for the second time for trying to withhold military aid to Ukraine to be able to defend themselves because he wanted them to investigate his political opponents, which I'm sure Uncle Vlad had said, oh, they got a bunch of news over there on those Bidens. And then once that the useful idiot is out of office and he doesn't mind making the president of the United States look bad because the president's not on his side anymore, then he'll invade. How's that going for him? NATO's together. They're fighting back. Something we wouldn't have been doing, or elsewise Vladimir would go call Steve Hirsch at Vivid Video and release Trump's piss tape. Gas prices. So now Joe Biden calls Exxon and tells him, hey, $1.49, that's what we want. I paid $4 and something for fucking gas when George Bush was president 15 years ago. We traded an ignorant criminal asshole that was a danger to the entire world for a sane, rational adult. So whatever else happens, I'm perfectly happy. And the two bimbos that couldn't sell their own pussies on a troop train that want to heckle the adults in the room are indicative of what the rank and file Republicans think ought to be in public office. Idiots just like themselves. I'll take Joe Biden and Elizabeth Warren. I'd love for Elizabeth Warren to be the president of the United States. Next, please.
Really?
Yes, I love her. She don't give a shit. She tells people what the fucking issue is. Why do you say really? You don't like Elizabeth Warren?
I think she's all right, and I think in some respect she always is trying to get the right thing done, but I also think she's full of shit. I think it's the same suit and the same speech every single time you fucking see her. Same pantsuit, excuse me. And it's just like nonstop anger towards anyone who has money. And she's rich. I mean, that's the other thing. And I'm a liberal swine like the best of them. However, let's be honest about things. You can't just be like, oh, you've made lots of money, you're horrible. Get the fuck out of here. You've made lots of money. Let's go after you and your husband, dope. That's my thing.
Most people that have made a lot of money are horrible.
No, I wouldn't say that. A lot of people just work hard and make a lot of money.
Yeah, but they don't make that much. But the people that make a lot of money are horrible. When you cross the $500 million mark on your net worth, pal, I'm dropping you like a bad habit.
Why?
Fuck you.
See, that's discriminatory. I don't like that. That's not just because I'm worth $500 million. You can't be my friend. You're too good for me.
No, you're too good for me.
But you're deciding that.
Yes. Preemptively. Remember when I told you if you had $500 million, remember when I did that math? No, I said $1 billion because Vince was a billionaire. Tony Khan's a billionaire. Remember when I did the math that if you had $1 billion that you could pay the taxes on it, give all of your 20 friends and closest relatives like $5 million each, give $100 million to the crippled children, $100 million to the fucking homeless animals, $100 million to cure a disease, and still have more money than you could ever possibly spend and start giving some more of it away. So yeah, fuck those people. But you're okay until you get to 500 million.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to know that I have a few more years of being your friend in front of me.
Yeah, well, a few more. You must be closer than you've let on. All right. But speaking of being close to making $1 billion, Control Your Narrative Wrestling has revealed their television network. Did you see this?
I did see a little bit about this. Now, just to recap briefly, we had talked about them maybe a couple drive-thrus ago, this announcement of this new wrestling group, and in that initial announcement, they said TV deal, network TV deal, imminent.
Imminent. And it was apparently about 2 or 3 days later after we said that I saw they have announced their TV. Do you know what network, CYN Wrestling or Control Your Narrative or whatever they're going to call it, do you know what TV network they're going to be on, Brian Last?
I actually did not see that part of the announcement, no.
Pro Wrestling TV.
Is that in the United States? I've never heard of it before.
Apparently it's everywhere. It's out there in the world. It's in the ether. It is a bird in the world. It is, look them up. They got on Twitter. They're on Twitter. They've got, when I looked at it, I think it was 38 followers. I'm serious. Look in this, Google the Pro Wrestling TV Twitter or the announcement that they made or anything. They've got some big plans.
Well, I found it here, and I actually tried to find it from EC3's tweet, but for some reason he didn't tag the network that they signed to, apparently. But Pro Wrestling TV on Twitter.
By the way, I think on Twitter or something I saw on one of the social media sites, instead of EC and the number 3, he's like EC and 3 lowercase i's. And it looked like some fucking Roman numeral or something.
Maybe that's his thing, but it says here that they will be launching April 2022, and currently they have 364 followers.
Oh, they have gotten over 300 followers on Twitter in the last 2 days alone. Pro Wrestling TV. Do we have any background on this network? Where exactly this network is? What mobile home that these broadcasts will be emanating out of? What does it say there?
It has nothing about that. Let me see what I can find.
Can you look around? I mean, because the imminent network TV deal that we caught some flack for poo-pooing, Brian. There were some people out there, well, give them a chance. When we said, yeah, network TV, yeah, right. And we explained that most people don't even know the definition of network television these days, and the term has been modified, and that no, they weren't going to have real TV Pinocchio, because if they could do it, then a lot of other people would have done it before them. But do you have anything there?
I have found some stuff here. These are their most recent tweets the last few days. So from March 2nd, as we prepare to launch next month, we are excited to announce that PWTV will be the exclusive home for Control Your Narrative content. Follow us for more announcements and how you can watch PWTV, a free ad-supported service coming soon worldwide. #wrestling community, #wrestling, and then they followed that.
Well, wait a minute. So now we've established that their imminent network television deal that they said was about to be announced is the coming soon, starting up next week, Pro Wrestling TV, or next month, Pro Wrestling TV from scratch worldwide.
And then March 3rd, they tweeted out, catch in-ring action from around the world with Pro Wrestling TV coming in April. And there's a whole bunch of hashtags there, including #coming soon. For anyone searching for coming soon news and on Twitter.
Hashtag coming soon. Okay, so they're going to be on this mega platform, Pro Wrestling TV. And are we to believe that Pro Wrestling TV is not only going to feature their programming, but since apparently Pro Wrestling TV is a channel that's going to be broadcasting exclusively pro wrestling, where are they going to fill 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Or are there a list of other promotions that are involved in this that already have footage in the can? Are they going to be shooting their little hearts out like panicked, coked up gerbils in a dark cavern, running to and fro here and there?
Was this an idea that existed before the idea of CYN?
The idea of coked up gerbils running to and fro, or Pro Wrestling TV?
Pro Wrestling TV.
Okay, because coked up gerbils running to and fro is as old as mankind. Yeah, again, one would think that one would have started before the other. They're starting a new promotion. They're going to put it on a new network, and stay tuned. Announcements are coming soon. Have you also seen they've got something where they've advertised a rant room?
Yeah, you, I think, mentioned this to me the other day, that there's some kind of thing where is it fans actually attend the shows and yell at the wrestlers?
No. They're not yelling at them in person. No, they're going to have, as part of their interactive experience, you pay. I saw like $90 or $100 or whatever to get on the computer, sort of like an interactive cameo. Maybe not a bad idea, but you get on the computer and pay the $100, and the person that you want to vent your spleen at for being an obnoxious prick or whatever your issue is with them has to sit there on the other side and listen to you and not hang up on you. So you're paying this guy for the opportunity to tell him what a prick he is. I've wanted to call a lot of people pricks and assholes, but I've never wanted to pay them to let me do it. I've just wanted to do it against their will.
I hate you so much, I will pay you to sit down and let me tell you what I think of you.
You son of a bitch. And at the end of it, and I hope you feel suitably chastened and at least $100 richer than you were 2 minutes ago.
I have some more statements from EC3.
Please read some.
This is from his Twitter. This was from the official announcement. So CYN signs exclusive television deal with Pro Wrestling TV, March 2nd, 2022, Orlando, Florida. From the propaganda desk of the essential character.
What the?
And that wasn't me ad-libbing. That was actually what's there. Pro Wrestling TV, which will launch in April, and Control Your Narrative have agreed to an exclusive agreement to bring wrestling's newest brand, that's the next tweet, sorry about the jump there, newest brand to its television home. Here's a quote. With PWTV, the way pro wrestling is consumed will change forever, says CYN co-founder EC3. We are very excited to partner. They left off the second quote there. Boy, they really blew it. Sorry, I shouldn't be criticizing their statement. We are very excited to partner with PWTV to bring the stories, skills, and abilities of a distinct and driven group of talents to the wrestling world. In addition to continuing to produce full-length cinematic wrestling features,
oh boy,
CYN and PWTV will bring a unique perspective of presenting and distributing wrestling to the fans in the form of a seasonal television approach. Each episode will build the stories of the wrestlers, their conflicts, and their journeys, culminating each season with a live event special. Through this approach, CYN believes the talent will have the freedom to develop and excel, says CYN co-founder Jedediah Kozaweski.
Wait, back up. What now? A new character has suddenly been inserted into this fucking narrative.
And I almost said Jebediah, but it is not Jebediah, it's Jedediah Kozaweski.
And this person is?
CYN co-founder with EC3.
Okay.
While the traditional wrestling format will be represented, CYN's television will be anything but the norm. In addition to its televised show and specials...
He wrote this on Twitter?
CYN is planning...
Damn, I'm saying Lincoln, if he'd had Twitter, he wouldn't have had to showed up at Gettysburg.
CYN is planning a live tour to provide talent an opportunity to perform and fans to see them live. Here's another quote. The wrestling will be real. The stories will be real. We want to put the power back in the hands of the wrestlers and create a place they can make a living, says CYN co-founder Adam Scher.
Oh boy.
Let me stop for a second. That's the former Braun Strowman.
Oh boy.
We want to put the power back in the hands of the wrestlers. What time in wrestling history is wrestling historian Braun Strowman thinking about where all the power was in the hands of the wrestlers?
Well, actually, I would have been around about, 1932, Strangler Lewis, before Stecker and a double cross. Round about 90 years ago is the last time that the power was in the hands of the wrestlers.
Control Your Narrative will give professional wrestling fans something never seen before. From the presentation to how its stories are told, we are thrilled to give them a home to bring their brand to a worldwide audience, said Pro Wrestling TV president Brandon Blackburn.
Who?
The son of Stanley Blackburn.
What? Wait. Every time a new name is mentioned, it's a name that no one has ever heard of in the wrestling industry. Go ahead.
The opportunity to create and collaborate with PWTV and the performers under their umbrella opens up a world. I guess they left.
Well, now wait a minute. Whose umbrella? Who's shielding the wrestlers from the rain here? Is it Control Your Narrative? Is the promotion that's airing on Pro Wrestling TV? Is the Pro Wrestling TV the promotion itself, and these wrestlers are under its umbrella? Whose bumbershoot is fucking this dog, and who's just holding its head?
It's a very interesting question. The opportunity to create and collaborate with PWTV and the performers under their umbrella opens up a world of possibilities. They left out the word of, so just a world possibilities, says EC3. To control your narrative is to tell your story. With PWTV as our partner, those stories can be told. Pro Wrestling TV will debut in April with a linear channel and on-demand streaming app provided as a free ad-supported service. And that is the conclusion of the statement.
A linear channel, is that educated young college graduate speak for a fucking channel on television?
I think that would be a cable television channel. However, they also promised a network television deal, so I'm not sure what to think.
But they can't just... On what cable systems is there going to be a pro wrestling TV channel popping up next month? If they're going to have a linear channel, and I can believe anybody can stream, you can fucking Facebook yourself around the world. Doesn't mean necessarily anybody's going to watch or not watch, but what linear channel are they going to be on what cable system, service, or provider, or carrier, et cetera, et cetera? From that statement, we got nothing except somebody took a business course in how to write a really good presentation for a product that basically doesn't exist.
Well, I don't know what they currently are doing, but I have something here. Now, this I saw the other day, and I wanted to mention this to you. This is, I guess they're currently airing something of some sort on Fight, which I would think would be a competitive service to pro wrestling TV. The disclaimer splash on their programming on Fight says, warning, hashtag the narrative content is created for a mature and astute audience. What you will see here are the depictions in propaganda format of those taking back control, fighting for freedom, and finding purpose. The narrative stories are told within the realities of those featured. The following is not intended for children, weak minds, or those easily offended. Viewer discretion is advised.
You know, I'm going to have to go back to the coked up gerbils running around in a dark cavern and just to and fro, willy-nilly, if you will. If there's not gerbils involved, then somebody else is bringing the coke. A coke mule, a coke gerbil. I'd like to buy the world a coke. I think they already have.
This is a wonderful time to sit back and just watch everyone and watch what they do. It really is.
Okay, we're gonna even if nothing actually materializes besides statements, and even if nobody's interested in this promotion, we're gonna cover it. Just to see what the fuck else they can do.
Did you see who they signed?
Well, I've seen a few of them. That's why I mentioned earlier, the little teeny tiny turnip eating man, Austin Aries, has found a home, apparently. He's more miserable than ever before.
Can't wait to see his narrative.
Nobody will want to narrate him. He'll be like they'll have a close-up of Braun Strowman, and you'll hear the voice in his head narrating his story, and they'll have a close-up of EC3. Hear the voice. They'll have a close-up of Austin Aries, and it'll just be ready. Nobody wants to read his thoughts. But you know what, Brian? Here's the thing.
Yeah.
It seems to me like that they've got a real good firm grip on this, the folks over at CYN. They've got a real good grip on this thing. They have convinced themselves that they are geniuses and that they are going to launch a revolutionary wrestling promotion. And I suspectify how they did it, because they're listening to their own voices in their own heads on their Raycon everyday earbuds.
Oh, that's an interesting theory you have there.
They have recorded themselves saying all these things, words and phrases, and they listen to themselves saying it over and over on their Raycon wireless earbuds until they have created a veritable echo chamber in their own voice, where they're saying these things out of their lips, onto tape, back onto the recording in the Raycons, back into their ears, and back out through their lips again. It's amazing. And folks, you can do the same thing, but with actual music and fun stuff. If you want to sing along to your favorite song, all you got to do is stick in your everyday Raycon wireless earbuds with the perfect in-ear fit, the optimized gel tips, no lubrication necessary, no Vaseline, no baby oil, no bear grease. You just pop them right in your ear. They will not budge. Trust me. And they even provide you with an 800 number if you need to call somebody to help you get these things out of your ears when you're finished with them, just to make sure that they fit in there and they don't fall out. No matter what you do or where you go, you can shake your head, you can head bang, you can move, you can stand on your head, you can take backdrops. You can do everything. You can do your own live shake test where you just stick your Raycons in and shake your head back and forth, to and fro, willy-nilly, like a coked up gerbil. These things will not come out.
Willy-nilly, is that the coked up gerbil's name?
That's the coked up, well, it's two of them, Willie and Nilly. And boy, when they start banging into each other, that's when the fireworks begin, boy. As a matter of fact, you probably should tie some type of rope or restraining device to these Raycons, because they don't have any wires or stems hanging out of them. You don't look like an idiot. You don't look like a Martian with antenna. But just tie some dental floss to them or whatever for when you have your neighbor come over, get on the other end of the dental floss and pull these things out of your ear. That's the only way you're going to get them out, because they will not fall out. Right, Brian?
Right.
You're going to agree with that?
Why not?
You're done with the people at Raycon, then, I see.
Well,
folks, go ahead.
I got nothing to say.
You got nothing. Folks, Raycons offer 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life. You're not going to run these batteries down. You can't stay awake that long. Neither you nor your coked up gerbil could stay awake for 32 hours to run the batteries down and the whole 9 yards. Anyway, they're priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. They've got over 48,000 5-star reviews, most of them from human beings, several from gerbils. But right now, our listeners, whether they're animal, vegetable, or mineral, can get 15% off their Raycon order at buyraycon.com/JCE. That's BUYRAYCON.com/JCE. You're going to save 15% on the Raycon wireless earbuds. They're one of our oldest and dearest close personal friends and sponsors. We love them. And you never hear a complaint about these people. You know why? Because if you get mad and you complain to these people, they have you rubbed out, and we'll never hear from you again.
Don't. They don't. You don't hear the complaints because you have the earbuds in your ear and they're playing great music, and that's all you're hearing.
Well, and they have an awareness mode for when you need to listen to your surroundings. Like if you've opened up your smart-ass mouth to the people at Raycon and knocked their products, and they're sending somebody to come over and see you about it, you'll hear the knock on the door right before the lights go out. So if I were you, I'd keep your liver lips shut about any problem you have with the Raycon people. They're fine in my book, and I'll have no one maligning them. And I have no recollection of any violence that they've perpetrated on any of our customers. BuyRaycon.com/JCE, 15% off. And that's better to poke in the eye with a sharp stick, which is what you'll get if you complain about the Raycons. All right, well, now that we've determined that you've almost completely given up on our sponsors, we will change topics, and it's not wrestling, it's combat sports, but it's news everywhere.
Well, it's wrestling too, actually.
It's wrestling. He has wrestled. Cain Velasquez, primarily known as former UFC champion mixed martial artist. He's wrestled a couple of matches, and he's now been charged with attempted murder. And I guess everybody's seen this as the reports came out, and it was a shocking thing. Suddenly it's like, well, he went off and shot somebody. Or at first it was actually they were looking for him as a person of interest in a shooting, and then they arrested him and charged him with attempted murder and all this other stuff. And then details have come out, and certainly not enough to give us an entire picture, but we know what happened based on the details that have been released. We just don't know exactly how it happened, how he found out about it, whatever. I think they can, in the defense, they can probably get out of premeditation. If this was a premeditated attack and he had time to think about it, he's the worst crime planner in the history of planning crimes. Apparently, all they've said is a close relative of Cain Velasquez's, a little boy under the age of 10. Does Cain Velasquez have a little boy under the age of 10?
Well, I don't feel comfortable searching out who it was that may have been molested.
Well, I'm just saying we don't know, but they're just coming out and saying everything but that it was a kid of his or possibly a nephew or whatever, close relative, child under 10, little boy, has been molested by the son of the woman that was running the daycare that he was in.
Out of her home.
Okay, I didn't know out of her home.
It was a home daycare center, yeah.
Well, now that brings up another question. We can get to all these in time, but I would think that Cain Velasquez has... I don't know that he's a rich man, but certainly to God, he's got enough money that this shouldn't have been some kind of fly-by-night rib daycare. But regardless, I guess we'll find all that out too as this goes to trial or whatever. The woman running the daycare center, her son, who's like 40-something years old, is allegedly the one that did it. And the kid supposedly said it took him in the bathroom and did whatever with his whatever. The quote was 100 times. Well, if it's a little kid in daycare, I mean, that's, a broad exaggeration possibly, but at the same time, like one would be too many, and that indicates multiple. So somehow or another, they arrested this guy, and then he arranged to get out of jail and go home and be on home monitoring. And his mother and his father were driving him to get the fucking monitor thing. And somehow Cain Velasquez found out about this, found them, knew where they were going to be driving past some way or another. He appears on the highway, an 11-mile road chase. He rams the car. He shoots at the car, doesn't hit the guy he's shooting at, but wounds the father. And then, I guess surrendered without incident afterwards. He didn't fight the police. So that couldn't have been planned ahead of time. That had to be like, they're where and he's what, and here we go. But a bunch of people have already tweeted Ronda Rousey being one. Hey, I would have done the same thing, maybe worse. Well, from the sound of it, I think everybody can fall in that category, except there should have been a little more planning put into the execution of the idea, because he not only didn't fulfill his purpose, he got the wrong guy. But Brian, again, I asked you this question right before we went on the air, and now that I've started thinking, he's obviously not, but he's one of the biggest sports stars ever to be charged with attempted murder/murder. Then you go to O.J. Simpson and Aaron Hernandez and Chris Benoit. Yeah. You never charged, but guilty of. Where do we go from there? Can you think?
Ray Lewis? Was Ray Lewis charged? What was the actual charge when he got arrested?
I can't remember.
Following a Super Bowl party in Atlanta in 2000, a fight broke out between Lewis and his companions and another group of people, resulting in the stabbing deaths of 2 people. He was charged with murder and aggravated assault charges.
Ooh.
So you can add him to the list, although he obviously got off.
And I mean, somebody's going to say, because Chris Adams shot his friend, right? Or no, his friend shot Chris Adams.
His friend shot Chris Adams.
Holy shit, I got that backwards. So that wasn't a...
Hooray.
There was an old-time wrestler, and he may have been a name of some description in a territory or two. It's not coming to me, but he murdered his wife. Do you remember that story? This is back like the 50s.
I'm not sure.
But as far as major sports celebrities, I'm not a huge football, baseball, basketball expert. Sonny Liston was that was putting the cart before the horse. He wasn't a star for the murder.
He was just a hitman.
He was just a hitman. Yeah, he was just a hitman. But this is and has there ever been a case like this? And a million people are like, yeah, motherfucker.
We forgot a big one. Snuka.
Oh my God. Well, Snuka. He was charged finally.
Yeah.
But never, by that point, he couldn't go to trial or whatever. So, okay, and actually, when you think about it, just because of the nature of the territories, I mean, obviously, O.J. Simpson was a bigger star. Aaron Hernandez was a bigger star. Chris Benoit was a bigger name, even though wrestling was less popular during Benoit's era than it was during Snuka's. He was a bigger name because of the national and worldwide television. So that may be something that the cult can come up with. Instead of gerbils and why is my butt protruding or whatever, what famous, internationally famous sports celebrities in the past have been charged with murder or attempted murder, trying to do it, just not succeeding? But has anybody ever had a better reason?
Was Sam Shepard considered an international sports athlete?
No. See, again, asterisk there. He was just a mild-mannered doctor, a Cleveland osteopath when the murder happened, and then became famous later as a result of it, not the other way around.
Well, there you have it.
Anyway, we'll follow this, but holy...
Hey, I agree with you. If there's ever a time to go out and do that, if this guy was there and he heard that some member of his family who's underage, who's under 10, was molested by this guy at his mother's daycare, and he got out of prison, or not prison, but he got out of jail.
Jail, yeah.
They sent him home to get an ankle monitor. Yeah, I may lose it too. I may hire someone, but I may, really...
No, come on now.
I don't know if I'd be directly involved.
The thing is that Cain may very well get off with this, or at least get, a lighter sentence or whatever. But if you hired somebody, the premeditation would go along with that real well.
Obviously, there was no premeditation here, and that's going to help him. And what jury's going to convict him? If this ends up being the case, unless somehow, miraculously, this guy was innocently accused of being a child molester. But I'm going to go with more than likely he was properly accused and arrested for it.
Yeah.
If that's the case, what jury's going to convict this guy? You saw his mugshot? He didn't look scared. He didn't look upset. He looked satisfied. And he did what... I mean,
Well, maybe he was satisfied before he found out he hit the wrong guy.
I've said it before on the show. I've said, everyone is lovey-dovey. Just let everyone like what they like. Everyone this, everyone that. Look, there are some people who need to go. There really are. And the child molester is usually at the top of the list. So I hate that he hit the dad. That sucks. I mean, I feel bad for the dad there, but I understand why this guy went out there and said, I'm going to go get this motherfucker. I completely understand it.
But you know what? That's what makes me mad at these people when you see the courtroom videos where this fucking asshole that's killed some member of this family and is standing up there and the family member, they know they got one shot at this guy. He's right in the room, and they don't pick their spot perfectly, or they don't get, somebody blocks them off, or they don't get to him right. I'm like, goddamn, plan ahead. Don't just punch him. Have a goddamn 10-penny nail in your fucking palm, right through the fucking ear or up the nose. Make the fucking shot count if you're going to do it. I hate when they fail in their mission.
It's the most heartbreaking video when you see one of those lunges in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Like the murderer's there. He is just not sorry in any way. And he's smug. And this family's devastated. And the one guy just stands up and lunges for him. And unfortunately, then he's the one who ends up with a bunch of security guards or a bunch of cops on him. and the other guy's just standing there. It's the most heartbreaking video.
But see, if you planned ahead and you knew I've got 5 seconds, I can get to him one time. What can I do to make the most fucking make it count? Anyway.
See, this is a video series we could start doing on YouTube to really, I think, broaden the audience. Jim Cornette's vigilante advice.
You think you can't get a 10-penny nail through a metal detector if you put it down next to the fucking hinges in a briefcase or something? Anyway, nevertheless. And the one thing that I wish that we could get some clarity on and maybe that we could investigate is how and I'm not blaming him because, goddamn daycare. That's why I honestly, the first few times that we sent Harley to her groomer, I made sure to have Stace go in and case the place, and I've been by there. We've talked to everybody. We got the same girl cutting her hair. Everybody's fine now, but a daycare center out of your house, should that have been investigated a bit more? That disturbs me.
Yeah, there have been a few cases in New York where it was a home daycare center, and that's when all the heinous shit happened. Not that other daycare centers are immune from that, but there have been a few of those in the last decade that I've seen in the news.
Well, and there's no saying that many of these people don't mean perfectly well, but still, sounds like an amateur operation. Speaking of amateur operations and rotten people, we have another update. There was this guy that got a popular on our program when we were talking about him a little bit a couple of years ago. That just him and his social circle was extremely offended by the things that I said about him. Because I said he was a shitty wrestler and an idiot. Because apparently he's one of these deathmatch guys. He's got hubcaps hanging out of his ears and his tongue and, bald-headed and fat. And apparently what they were going for, just to bring the new listeners up to date, was they were up on 2 ladders with fluorescent light tubes strung between them, and one was going to do the brain buster off the top of the ladder through the light tubes through the table and the ring and the Jell-O pudding. And wouldn't you know who won the pony? The guy that took the brain buster got like a severe laceration and almost bled out across his side and severed nerves and almost had his arm amputated. And basically what you would think was going to happen to somebody who was going to try to do that. And I mentioned, boy, he's not only a shitty wrestler, but he's not very bright. And holy mackerel. I think his name was Grover. I can't remember. But holy mackerel, the people are in his immediate family, I guess, or his close friends or whatever, just his social circle. How dare you kick a man when he's down, how dare you say he's a rotten wrestler and an idiot and all those type of things? Come to find out, whether he's a rotten wrestler or an idiot still may be up in the air. We all have our opinions. But apparently what's not up in the air is that this guy was telling me I need to modify my behavior, has now been openly, publicly accused by the victims themselves of physically assaulting 2 different women. One of them physically and one of them sexually. One of them he punched in the face until apparently she had seizures. The other one he just pinned against the wall, stuck his hand down her pants, and went from there in a public place. And they both said they had to come out with this now because they'd thought about it for a while. And even though they're aware that he was an alcoholic and a drug addict and he was under influence of all these substances, they're still upset about it. That's not me saying this now, of course. That's these people that were actually there and it happened to them. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I'm just taking their word for it because it happened to them. So I apologize for saying that the guy that we used to call Grover, that punches women in the face until they have seizures and sexually assaults them in public against their will, is a shitty wrestler and an idiot. I apologize. And I never would have said those things if I'd have known that he was an alcoholic and a drug addict Because obviously that it's not his fault that he beat this woman in the face and sexually assaulted the other one. Of course, I don't know that to be true. I wasn't there. It's just what they're saying to everybody in public. But you know, Brian, I have a feeling that these people whose lives go to shit because they make bad choices, because they are horrible people, if they just took more regular and healthy shits, I think it would benefit them and help their lives.
Really? That's what you think after all this?
Yes.
That a healthy shit will help someone and help their life?
I think if a Grover took a healthy shit, he'd disappear. And that would benefit everybody. But folks, if you get up every day and if you think to yourself, you know, if I could just shit, if I could just feel not bloated, if I could just have an ease of evacuation instead of this log jam, traffic jam that I've got, it looks like I-95 going through Connecticut at rush hour down there. But if you were taking a daily symbiotic, a broad spectrum 2-in-1 probiotic and prebiotic, because you got the prebiotic that occurs before biotics, and then you got the probiotic. It's a professional version of the biotic. Do you have postbiotics that occur after the biotics?
I don't believe that's how it works.
Anyway, Seed, you know, our friends, we've been talking about them, our friends at Seed. I was excited about Seed because it's a broad spectrum 2-in-1 probiotic and prebiotic, as I mentioned, that has a proprietary formulation, sort of like those Sony camera chips, of 24 distinct probiotic strains in scientifically studied dosages. These are distinct probiotics. You can smell them a mile away. And it's proprietary engineered 2-in-1 capsule that protects probiotics through digestion to ensure delivery to the colon. Now, I'm going to break this down for you, folks, if you don't have a pre-med background like me. The probiotics, if you take them without a 2-in-1 proprietary engineered capsule, then they'll break down in your digestive system before they get to your colon. That's why in a lot of cases, in the previous times, in the old days, you couldn't take this shit like a pill. You had to shove it up your ass. Well, now they have proprietarily engineered this capsule that will protect the probiotics. You can take them orally, and your digestive system will not break them down until they're firmly lodged in your colon. You'll be able to feel them when they get there. If you've taken a probiotic before, and Lord knows many people have, from what I've heard, and you never felt a difference, it's likely because the good bacteria wasn't surviving your GI tract. See, Brian, did you know all those things?
I'm learning a lot here from you. I can't believe I'm taking you seriously, and you're being serious.
Well, that's true, because you've got to get that shit in your colon, and so you'll get the shit out of your colon.
Right, so you get it out, you want to get the shit out of your colon.
You got to get the shit in to get the shit out. What does a daily symbiotic do for you? All of you are asking now. Well, it supports benefits in and beyond the gut. It will support ease of bloating. And that's not, I know most people can get bloated fairly easily. This is easing the bloating. It's reducing bloating instead of making it easier for you to bloat. I bloat every day and it's easy as pie, but now I can be unbloated. And also, as I mentioned, you'll be regular, almost unstoppable, as a matter of fact. And ease of evacuation is a big part of this program with the daily symbiotic. I'll tell you what, you take this stuff for 5 or 6 days in a row, you'll be evacuating like a goddamn burning building. Boy, I'll tell you, people will be pouring out your door. But I'll tell you, it supports your gut barrier, skin health, heart health, the micronutrient synthesis that everybody needs for their micronutrients. And it doesn't boost the immune system. It supports the crosstalk between your intestinal cells and your immune cells. So no longer do your intestinal cells and your immune cells have to tap on the wall or send past notes to each other while the screws aren't looking. You can do this out in the open. intercell communication. Many people see improvements in their digestion within 24 to 48 hours. Some of them, when they regain consciousness, say they feel like they haven't eaten in a week. So, folks, if you need what?
No, let's not say that. You will have complete consciousness, although not cosmic consciousness like me. You will have complete consciousness.
If you take this, you'll have complete consciousness. You'll know where you are in the world and what the scheme of things really is.
Well, I mean, it won't knock you.
Yeah, because you're going to have plenty of time to think when you're sitting on the toilet 5 times a day.
Well, don't say that. That's not necessarily what it's going to do. It just means you're going to have a healthy 1. It doesn't mean you're going to have a healthy 5.
I thought everybody had a healthy 5.
You shit 5 times a day?
My 5 are not normal? Maybe I ought to start on this daily symbiotic from Seed. Folks, I'll tell you what, if you want to boost all of this stuff that we've talked about and be more regular, possibly unstoppable, and feel better and not be bloated, then you got to go to seed.com. That's seed.com/drive and use the code DRIVE and you get 20% off your first month's supply of Seed's Daily Symbiotic. They send you a box, and it's got a jar of one thing, and then it's got a tube of bacteria. Don't carry that on a plane. Don't try to cross an international border. You may end up on a terrorist watch list, but it looks really cool if you want to fuck with your children. A test tube of bacteria, I've been wanting one of those for Christmas for years. Anyway, go to seed.com/drive. Use the code DRIVE to get 20% off your first months of Seed's Daily Symbiotic. Seed.com/drive. Use the code DRIVE and start feeling and pooping and digestifying all better thanks to the probiotics and the prebiotics. It's to keep you away from the antibiotics. It's all healthy. It's positive. You don't want antibiotics. You want probiotics.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but let us know how it works for you.
Yes, you'll be growing shit in your stomach you never knew existed on this earth.
That's not how it works. Stop that. You're not going to grow things in your stomach.
Yeah, well, it's all the biotics. The good bacteria. You're growing bacteria all the time. Do you know you're a big conglomeration of bacteria, Brian? You're just made up of bacteria.
All right. Seed, whatever their website is, .com? Seed?
Yeah, no, what? Seed.com. Yes.
Seed.com.
You're not listening to me? Seed.com/drive. Use the code DRIVE, 20% off. Take a shit on us. Well, you know what they say, Brian, from little seeds, large plants grow, from little acorns, from little nuts, large oak trees grow, from a little tiny trailer in North Carolina to being an international billionaire. Vince McMahon grew and showed up on the Pat McAfee show.
He has grown and, I guess, lately shrunk as well.
Well, no, come on. One of the positive things was he was more coherent and had a little bit more life to him in this discussion than he's had on Raw lately, where it looked like they were wheeling him into the room. Although we didn't actually see Vince walk in and sit down, nor did we see him get up and leave. I didn't make it that far. But he was more, logical and reasonable and together somewhat on that than he is on Raw lately. He didn't look quite as antiquated as he has in some of those clips, but otherwise, a lot of people, did you see Vince on Pat McAfee? What'd you think about Vince on Pat McAfee? For a couple of different reasons, this was not a revolutionary, groundbreaking, earthbreaking. We thought there was going to be an angle go on. They teased it on Raw. We'll talk about that. We talk about Raw in a minute. But we were hearing there was going to be a match somehow between Vince and Pat McAfee. We thought that might be what they're setting up on this. It certainly wasn't as confrontational an interview as Bob Costas gave him. McAfee, for lack of a better term, just pretty much groveled for him for the whole thing, didn't he? I mean, I know that Pat's a fan, and I know also it was arranged as a friendly interview, but it was almost like McAfee was Vince's manager telling him how great he was. Did you get that?
It was overly effusive, and early on especially way too much like that fucking morning zoo type radio show.
Yeah.
But the other thing is WWE's not going to send anyone, let alone Vince, so they're very careful who talks to Vince. And if you notice, they don't dig too deep because Vince has his anecdotes and who knows what's beyond that, if anything. But they don't let too many people talk to Vince or other guys, but they have a friendly home for good or for bad in Pat McAfee. That's why they had Heyman there, they said. Lesnar was there. They did the Adam Cole angle. They know this is a guy that will work with them.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that he should have gone out and indicted Vince for everything, and including
But he didn't have to blow him.
Kennedy assassination. But yeah, but it was so far over the top in the other direction that I thought that it took some of the impact or importance off of the fact that it's the first major live interview Vince has done in 20 years, they said, well, it's obvious why he's here because you're going to tell him how great he is. And I mean, there was one quote early on where's my notes? Hold on. Where McAfee said, before you, I assume some people had success in wrestling. What? Pat McAfee's a wrestling fan.
No, but let me stop you there. What did he grow up on? He's a WWE fan who may have discovered some other wrestling. He's not a wrestling fan. He's a WWE fan. There's a difference.
But he went so far as to have Rip Rogers train him in a ring in his barn in Indianapolis or whatever. I guarantee you, Rip tried to impart some kind of wrestling history to him. But here was the thing, is that if you have, for people who never get to hear Vince talk, which there's a lot of those people around because it's been a long time since he did anything like this. He did a Letterman back in the 80s, and that wasn't as I recall, a very fond, cheerful conversation either, but he would get out there more in the old days. But if you've heard Vince talk, been around Vince in person, or read anything, any of the interviews that Vince has done, Playboy or quotes or whatever, there was nothing new here or surprising or groundbreaking, earth-shaking, revelatory, whatever phrase you want to attach to it, that I zoned out. I started while I was listening to it in the headset. I was looking at Twitter. I was checking my email because, I mean, it's not like it wasn't interesting if you haven't heard any of this, but I've heard all of it. Am I downplaying it?
No, and at a certain point, it's the same thing over and over where, how did you do this? Well, I just decided I'd do it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And what about this? Well, I made the decision that if I keep going, I will win. Like, well, okay, whatever. Whatever these things you came up with, General Patton. I mean, it was the same anecdotes that you would expect to hear from Vince. There was nothing too deep. The only comments that I thought were interesting were, kind of dismissing some of the people that they released. And also, at the very end, he slipped. He was talking about when him and Linda graduated college, and apparently his attempts to coerce the professors who were failing him by going to their house. He said, and my wife, which was the first time I think they publicly exposed the fact that him and Linda have not been together in a long time.
Maybe he just meant it was his wife then. Actually, they're still married from what I understand.
Right. However, When was the last time they saw each other?
I don't know about that.
Would he know her by sight?
Well, it depends on how far away she is and whether she sees him coming first. But I like the line where he said he looks at family members like any other employees. If they're not producing, it's business. He didn't bring that up on his own. It was McAfee led him down the family-owned business line, but Jiminy. I mean, it's not like anything we didn't know, but to have him just say, look at family members. If they're not producing, well, shouldn't be there. Oh, the 8-foot wide trailer line and story explains, I guess, psychologically why he refuses to stop working. But at some point, I would think you'd gain a level of comfort. You're not going back to the fucking trailer. You've impressed everybody enough. Get a pitcher of lemonade.
You know, the other thing, too, is the whole, like, I love what I do. It's not work. And I have the greatest people, the most creative people.
He works harder at shit that ain't work than anybody I've ever seen in my life.
And then the other thing is just they really tried to make it like, despite everything on the internet, it's just such a wonderful, happy environment. Everyone's so happy. Happy, happy, happy. No, they're not. No, Vince is happy. Maybe.
But you know what? There was a time, and there's never been a time where everybody is everybody happy? There was never a time where everybody was happy. But Vince still remembers, and I think down deep still thinks of his company as a time when most everybody was happy. It was the wrestling business. Guys were on the road, fucking around, doing what they wanted to do, going to the shows. Everybody was making money. He had the biggest territory payoffs of anybody in wrestling. And that, and that was the place that most people in wrestling wanted to go. But it's been a long time, and it's been a longer since when they started doing too much business. That's when the majority of people started getting unhappy. Because now not only is there a ridiculous amount of money on the line for everybody, but there's all kinds of fucking outside influences. It's not a wrestling company anymore.
Oh, I wanted to ask you about that. What did you think of Vince saying that he thought going public made him a better businessman?
Well, I'm sure it did, because that's the same thing that made the company not any fun for anybody else to work for. It made him $1 billion and made him a better businessman, and he had to start paying attention to all this other stuff more. But for the boys, they became interchangeable cogs in the wheel, and it got away from wrestling and now to the global touring Disney on Ice or whatever the fuck. So, yes, all of that goes together. He became a better businessman, and everybody else got unhappy.
I also love the whole thing of, we listen. How do you know what's going to work?
To who?
Yeah, we listen. Well, what did you do when there were no fans there? Did you look on social media? No. I never. So who do you listen to? Who are you listening to? What is this fan survey audience that Vince listens to? Doesn't exist.
I've seen people sitting 2 and 3 feet away from him talking to him. He may have heard him. He didn't listen to him. Elsewise, they wouldn't have had the Ultimate Warrior for the second and third run. But I mean, it was nice he did that. Pat McAfee is he's a natural personality. He's not a natural journalist / interviewer. And Vince said the things that Vince says and has said in that respect for 40 years. Where's the angle? Where's the big angle?
One of the things people were expecting with the Pat McAfee interview was that it was going to be some big angle. We'll talk about Raw a little later. Some big angle leading to what has been purported to be the match for WrestleMania 38. Vince McMahon versus Pat McAfee. And there was no angle.
Well, and they had a pre-tape with Vince and Austin Theory on Raw where they were talking about Vince doing the Pat McAfee show, and Austin Theory said, well, you might need somebody there with you. What in case and this is such horrible fucking material they've given him, so I still don't know whether he can really talk or not, but it was like, well, what if the interviewer stands up and wants to fight you? Shouldn't you have somebody there and, blah, blah, blah to protect you? And Vince says, oh, it's not that kind of show, and he walks off. And then the camera zooms in on Austin Theory all melodramatically, and he's sitting there and he goes, but it could be. There was no Austin Theory. He didn't. So I'm wondering, between Monday night and what was it, Thursday afternoon, did somebody talk him out of it? Or did they change course? Or are they still going to do something?
Yeah.
Or did they just work us into thinking they were going to do something to do big ratings on the Vince McMahon interview on Pat McAfee show?
Now, WWE's not that generous to outside sources, so I think it's more that this is just a cog in the wheel. I'm sure it'll be revealed maybe on Raw or, who knows, maybe the week before WrestleMania at this point, that somehow Austin Theory will be tied into this because he promised Pat McAfee a match at WrestleMania. No idea who the opponent will be. He's not feuding with anyone, unless maybe Michael Cole. I really don't know. And they know that the rumor is about Pat McAfee wrestling Vince. They completely ignored it. They didn't even shoot it down. They just ignored it. They're still going to do something, but it's going to be on their own programming.
We shall see. We will find out. But in the meantime, it's WrestleMania is April 1st, 2nd and 3rd, right? How could I forget April 3rd? It's Tornado Day.
Tornado Day?
Tornado Day, April 3rd, 1974, here in Louisville. Tornado Day. We've talked about this a couple months ago.
Hey, did you see someone tweeted the picture of the day the sewers exploded?
Yes, I saw that. And I remember the Hill Street Blues is what one of the newspapers, because it was on Hill Street. Hill Street Blues is one of the newspaper headlines. But anyway, where was I going with that? Oh, point is, it's 4 weeks away. It's a month away. Less. Vince used to be highly perturbed if the WrestleMania card was not finalized, even if you hadn't announced everything. If it wasn't finalized 2 months out, he was like, what the fuck are we doing here, pal? And now they're still floating around whether Austin's going to do something. And he may not, or he was going to do something, but he might not have a match. We don't know. He hadn't agreed to it yet. Reports are differing. There's this phantom thing with McAfee, but they haven't really started it yet. Some last minute shit for 200,000 tickets.
I guess the one big news story to come out of the Pat McAfee interview would be the fact that Vince McMahon did confirm that he will be inducting The Undertaker into the Hall of Fame. What did you think of that?
I was surprised at first, and then I thought, no, he did it for Austin. Somebody reminded us he did it for Austin. The noteworthy thing about Vince in the Hall of Fame is that he never wants to be mentioned. He never wants to be thanked. Not that I was going to either mention him or thank him when I inducted the Rock and Roll Express, because he didn't have anything to do with any of that except letting us be on the stage at that point. But they specifically told me, don't thank Vince. They told Regan Robert, don't thank Vince. For what? Not hiring us all those years? So, and that I've heard it come from him also. He just doesn't, that was a thing of his. He didn't want that. But
someone should just do nothing but a speech about Vince. That'd be the funniest thing ever.
They get the hook within the first 30 seconds. But he did it for Austin, and I think for Undertaker, this will probably be the last one he does. And I can say for those two guys, so I was surprised momentarily, and then I thought, no, it works. It makes sense. And I mean, we talked about who could induct Taker. We mentioned Mick Foley. Paul Bear's not around. So it's a small group that he would probably want or that applies, and Vince is in that. So since he's willing to do that, we'll see how the speech turns out.
Well, that was the Pat McAfee interview with Vince McMahon.
It certainly was. Which leads us into WWE land last week on Raw. There was a couple of things I wanted to see, and so I tried to watch as much of it as possible, and I don't know whether I'm ever going to do that again. Did you peruse much of Raw this past week?
Yeah, the last couple of weeks, what I've been doing is having Raw on in the background, on mute. I have another TV in the office watching things like, that matter, like the Ukraine and different things. And I'll take it off mute when it's something I think I need to hear or something interesting, or if it's just a promo and I want to hear how bad it'll be. For instance, I caught the Austin Theory Vince McMahon thing because I took it off mute.
Well, so you had Owens and Seth Rollins on mute.
No, I heard some of that. I did hear some of that to start off the show.
Well, I wish it was on mute. You were luckier than I was. Yeah. Cowboy Steen, who now suddenly hates Texas, and Austin better pay off, or elsewise Steen's just been out there wearing a fucking sideways cowboy hat like Gabby Hayes for nothing. But Cowboy Steen and his best friend Seth freaking Rollins come out for the live in-ring segment. They're mad because they don't have a place on WrestleMania. Like anybody thinks at this point that these two guys, the level that they're at on the roster, are not going to be on WrestleMania. But Nobody needs to believe it anyway because they're all doing it tongue in cheek. It's, he's out there, he's doing the business with the cowboy hat. He hates Texas. He stomps the hat. There's never been any explanation what Texas did to Kevin Owens, has there?
I don't think so.
It's just he's not a fan. But anyway, they're doing the tongue-in-cheek stuff. It takes forever for anything to happen or for a point to be made on this show. And Rollins and Owens just jack off for a while there. And then the thing is, they want to win the tag team title, so they'll be on WrestleMania. So they're in Ohio. They're not in Texas. So the cowboy hat stomping nobody cared. But they bring out the Raw Tag Team Champions Alpha Academy, which is Otis and Gable. And we loved Gable when he was with Jordan. They were in NXT. They had those great matches with FTR, et cetera, et cetera. Since then, they made him Shorty Gable. Now he's just the annoying little guy next to Otis, who's the apparently lovable fat guy. Are these guys in any way over? Do any of even the modern WWE fans, do they see Otis and Gable the way they've been presented? Even though they're the tag team champions, do they see them as top guys or job guys?
I think they see Gable as kind of a job guy, unfortunately, because of the way he's been used and how he's been treated, although they've tried to refresh him with this tag team. And with Otis, although I hated it, I think his thing with Mandy Rose to a certain segment of that audience did get over. So naturally, they completely changed that gimmick, and now he's with Alpha Academy. And again, completely different than what he used to be. We'll see if this ever turns into anything or if this is just a placeholder before these guys do something else.
So the star power seems off balance because I'm seeing Otis and Gable next to Rollins and Owens. And regardless of what you think about Owens, they've used him at the top and their names. So then this went on forever. They did 2 minutes on how Gable says thank you in a funny way. I wrote both this material and the way that it's being performed have the stench of grisly death topped with hot garbage. And then Gable starts insulting the state of Ohio and telling them how stupid their people are. Were they not the faces? Are Gable and Otis not supposed to be the baby faces because are not Steen and Seth Rollins the heels? Because they're the wise asses? I don't understand what's happening here. The top star wise asses bring out the job guys who turn out to be wise asses also, and everybody's heels insulting everybody else, including the fans. But the people got into the Ohio business with Gable because it's cheap, and there was cheap heat. We talked about it a couple weeks ago. Nobody cared what he said beforehand, but when he started knocking Ohio, oh, you motherfucker. So in response to all this, Owens and Rollins act like Michaels and Triple H in the 90s, just jacking off while the champions are legitimately complaining that they're nobody. Did you notice that they were complaining because they're nobody? And the problem is they're nobody. So Rollins is doing the Joker laugh. Gable starts shooshing everybody. You shoosh, shoosh. And Owens is shooshing back with him. And then Owens gives him a stunner and they go to the break. Just boom, to black like that. 15 minutes before that was over with. Why would you watch that? What purpose did that serve?
I watched it because I thought you may talk about it, and that's the only reason I watched it, so I can keep up with what you're saying. Can I ask you a question? Explain to me Seth Rollins' character. What is he?
I can't. Because for every once in a while, he'll start sounding like a normal halfway person in one of these new gimmicks, and then he'll go completely off the beaten path with that, and now he's just doing the Joker laugh constantly.
He's like Gargano in NXT when all of a sudden he became a heel and tried to ham it up. It just doesn't feel natural in any way.
Well, none of this was natural. And I think Owens, he knows that this is all shit and he was just jacking off. Seth may have been trying. The other two are clueless. They're just happy to be on television.
How pissed is Owens going to be if he doesn't get that Austin match?
Well, I would think he'd be very pissed, especially after I said having to wear a cowboy hat for all these weeks. But here was the worst part. That was 15 minutes on the show, right? They go to the break. They come back in progress. They're having a match between the four of them. And I wrote, oh, hell no. And that went another 15 minutes. And finally, wouldn't you know who won the pony? Pony time. Rollins and Owens win the match. But it was not for the title. So I guess next week they're going to wrestle for the title, so that they can win the tag team titles and be on WrestleMania. But then they told Otis and Gable, don't worry, because they were complaining they were nobodies, if we win the belts from you, then we can defend them against you on WrestleMania and you'll be on the show too. What the first half hour. I watched 7 hours of wrestling, or went through 7 hours of wrestling this week between Monday's show, Tuesday's show, and Wednesday's show. And I remember one angle and 3 matches out of 7 hours. Did you see they fed Dominik Dijakovic to Almost?
Yeah, I was excited when I got to see him. I was like, man, I haven't seen this guy in a while. And then he got killed.
Almost knocked him off the apron, drug him in the ring. Dijakovic said, okay, I can go. He clotheslines him and chokeslam powerbombs him, beats him 1, 2, 3. So I would assume that maybe they'll just fire T-Bar, but they'll keep Dijakovic. That followed by a 6-girl tag team match featuring Doudrop and Nikki Ass, and we were an hour and 10 minutes into the program. Robert Roode with Dolph Ziggler wrestled on Raw against Tommaso Ciampa. And you'll recall that last week on NXT, Roode had been the cameraman in disguise and hit Ciampa with the camera when he was in the match with Dolph. So there's some heat behind this. And as soon as I saw this going to be a match, I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch this. I'm looking forward to this. They opened hot. They got in a fight. They were aggressive. These guys are pros, right? Ciampa's on top, kicking ass. Then Roode cuts him off with a spine buster. And then there's just like one move, and then Ciampa comes back immediately. I'm saying, no heat. And then they kept going. They're rushing. I wrote, why are they rushing? Ciampa nailed Ziggler off the apron and rolled Roode up with a schoolboy 1, 2, 3. That opening fiasco got 30 minutes of television time, and Roode and Ciampa bell to bell didn't last 4 minutes. And then Roode glommed Ciampa and Ziggler joined in and in promoed over him for the tag match tomorrow night on NXT. So basically this was just a little tease to try to promote NXT. They had a chance to do something that was watchable on this fucking dreary program. And instead they made the best match they had on the fucking show potentially rush through all their shit just to promote NXT tomorrow night. The time management on all these programs is ridiculous.
I thought it was the best thing on the show.
It could have been, but it could have been so much better. But we had to move on to get to the mixed tag match with Reggie and Dana Brooke. And I wrote, fuck it, why do I try? I'm fast forwarding to see Brock, Reigns, or Lashley. And otherwise, fuck it, right? They actually showed their top 10 Instagram photos of the week. And they all looked like fucking prom pictures, yearbook pictures, or swimsuit pictures of all their talent, looking like they're fucking either 12 years old or goddamn selling suntan lotion. And then we got to Vince with Austin Theory. I slowed down for that. And we mentioned it. They led you to believe, Theory talks about, well, 20 years ago, the last time you did an interview like this, you slapped the papers out of the guy's hand and scared him to death. And that's what Vince thinks happened, actually. He thinks he scared Bob Costas. He doesn't know that he came off looking like a lunatic to national television because Nobody would tell him. And what if the interviewer jumped her? Well, I could be right there. Well, it's not that kind of show, but it could be, but it wasn't. So fortunately, Vince was right. I mean, again, can you tell anything from Theory talking with this nonsense that they're giving him?
It's bad shit they're giving him, but I think he's doing a good job with it because I think you could fuck this up. He's doing as good as you can. I mean, how could you do any better than what he's doing with this material?
Well, I guess you got a point there.
And and quite frankly, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but he's acting like a kid who's been told, here's your opportunity, go for it. And he's all in.
No, that's the other company. We're not talking about them right now.
You know what I mean.
So then I stopped on something else. And again, I felt sorry about it. Damian Priest versus Finn Balor for the United States title. And I thought, okay, we've liked Priest in the past. We heard he's schizophrenic or whatever now. Balor's a pro. Let's see what this match will look like. And seconds into the match, Damian Priest did a head palm shoot off. And what's worse, Finn Balor went with it. So they destroyed their credibility with me, but I kept watching, and again, Rude and Ciampa rushed through their shit like they were double parked, and they gave these guys so much time that Priest got a chin lock and held it at 3 minutes in, and then they did a spot, and Balor did a dive, and they went to the break. So again, same thing every fucking match. Dive, break, dive, break. They went to the break. I went to piss. I took Harley out. I forgot to hit the pause. I came back, and Balor was beating him clean 1, 2, 3 for the U.S. title. So thanks for coming, Damian Priest. However, all is not lost for you Priest fans because Priest gets the microphone, complained that the fans didn't support him as champion, and so he's going to win the title back to get even with them because they supported Balor, and that's why he won. They gave poor Damian Priest a way to explain why he was about to turn heel, and it didn't make any sense to him, and he tried to get a grip on it mentally and tried to fucking say it, and when he said it, it didn't make any sense verbally because he didn't understand it because it didn't make any sense. But he loses flat in the middle, 1, 2, 3, that gets on the microphone, blames the fans. Somehow or another, he's going to win the title back because they don't support him. And then he gloms Finn Balor, shit cans him to the floor, and hits him with a razor's edge on the announce desk. Did you understand what the fuck just happened there?
No. I have no idea what any of this was.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't alone. And then finally, I know we haven't watched closely, judiciously every week this program, but Edge came back just recently, and he and Beth Phoenix were just the biggest, happiest family of baby faces ever against that no-good Miz and his wife, what's-her-face. And now Edge is a psychopathic lunatic who is mad at AJ Styles, wants to have a dream match with AJ, and apparently has lost his mind about this whole situation. He and AJ getting a fucking beef, and Edge beats up AJ and is getting booed out of the building. So at least they're getting a reaction. And what was that? That was the Rumble, that he was just the nicest fellow and he brought his wife out and everything was hunky-dory, right?
Right. I think you missed it. Last week, he gave a very dramatic promo in the ring. He was sitting in a chair. They had the spotlight on him. It was like Sean Spears with a budget.
Yeah.
And it was a very, very dramatic, menacing speech. And a lot of people thought that was setting up Cody Rhodes. And it turned out it wasn't.
No, it turned out it was setting up. They just decided, well, let's just make him lose his mind. And a dramatic, as you mentioned, sports entertainment presentation. But at least he got some heat. He beats up AJ Styles. He's getting some heat. The people are booing him. But he didn't leave the building when he got booed out of it. He went outside and he got a chair, and he put the chair under AJ's head. And then he got another chair. And he waited. I counted 1001, 1002. I got to 55 seconds. While AJ had to lay there not moving, not rolling off of the chair. While Edge did the thing that they have had Orton do, that they have all these people do, where he's so conflicted. Should he do it? He's going to turn around and walk away. No, he's coming back. Slowly I turn. Susquehanna Street. And then finally he does the concerto when he hits him with the other one. This was the fakest thing that I've ever seen big names do. Not just the chair shot itself. That's always fake. If the brain doesn't explode and blood spurt everywhere, it's fake on the concerto. It's stupid. But while all this was going on, nobody tried to help. No referees. The fans were blah. They weren't even standing up, much less trying to come over the rail. No security. While this slow motion assault is going on at a glacial pace. And then after he gave him the concerto, then he turned back around and gave him another one. And his head still didn't blow up. Just rotten. 3 hours of boredom and phoniness and fewer stars than ever before. And then they get guys like AJ and Edge who are over with the fans, and they send them out there to do this horse shit. No, Edge is not a homicidal maniac. 4 weeks after he was teaming with his fucking wife against the heels, just because AJ doesn't want to have the dream match or whatever the fuck. And no, the chair shots were phony. And no, nobody believed it to begin with because nobody was concerned or trying to help. It was just a production being performed in front of everybody, and they weren't really excited about seeing it. What were your thoughts on this?
Yeah, after a while, I was zoned out. I was zoned out when he was talking, because I was zoned out last week when he was talking, because it went nowhere. I was surprised by AJ. Again, it seemed like they were setting up Cody. At this point, I'm sure Cody will just make a big surprise appearance. And then it was AJ. I said, okay, this is interesting. And then it just went on too long, and it was very much the Vince McMahon, don't just whack him, hold it. Hold it for a while, think about it, and then do it. So it took forever. Didn't like it very much.
I don't know if they were setting up for Cody or if they were teasing just to see what the response would be. Remember when I said, what was it, last week on the program, when they mentioned, when Miz was talking, he's dashing, or who was it? Was it Miz? Who was saying?
It was Miz.
It was Miz. He's dashing from a fighting family, and there wasn't a rumble or a ripple. It was just kind of like a murmur. Wasn't any big. And they've had the teases from a couple of different people, and their fans are not biting on those hooks. So I wonder if they're teasing setting up for Cody, or whether we still don't know this is a done deal. Are they doing little surreptitious market research to decide whether Cody is a big deal enough or not? Let's see what happens. We may be convincing ourselves we're going to see this big Cody unveiling, and it may be that their market research with their little breadcrumbs they're dropping indicates that those people don't really want to see Cody. He was more newsworthy for leaving one place than he would be for coming to another. That's something Vince would do. You can't say he wouldn't. Go out and say it, pal. See what they do.
Hey, listen, he just talked about it in the McAfee show that he listens to the audience. Let's use this as an example. Maybe he does.
Well, and maybe you listen to the silence that those teases were met with. Anyway, he does produce a decent wrestling program every once in a while, old Vince, but this one was not it. And they've been coming fewer and farther between over the past few years, the great programs that he does. I just wish there was some way, Brian, without having to support the Peacock, if there was some way that we could remember the great shows that Vince McMahon has done and has brought to us, if we could put them up on our wall so we could stare at them all the time instead of the dreck that we're seeing now.
What if you have it tattooed on your neck?
I don't know that would be the right way to display it. What about if we had an oil painting made?
Oh, that's
and
much
put
better.
Up on the wall of the old Raw set and Austin breaking through the glass, or here comes the Undertaker and the gong and all that. Maybe we could have a painting of that so we would remember the good days, the fun times. That's what we ought to do. And I know who can do it too, Brian. I bet you do too.
Of course, our friends over at Paint Your Life.
PaintYourLife.com, that is. Folks, whether it's a gift for a birthday or an anniversary or a wedding or a loved one, a member of the family or a romantic partner or someone that you just want to send a picture to, the folks at PaintYourLife.com can take any photo or combination of photographs and make them into a professional hand-painted portrait. And as we mentioned so many times, you can combine photos of people or places all into one painting. Let's say, for example, that you want to put your aunt in solitary confinement in Sing Sing. You send them a picture of your aunt, and you send them a picture of a cell at Sing Sing, and they will stick that old bag behind bars. Whatever you want them to do.
Why would someone want that?
Well, if you want to see, it doesn't have to be your aunt. Anybody that you want to see put behind bars in prison, they can put them there. They can combine pictures. You could put people in strange places. You wouldn't believe the places you could put people in. You could have lemmy-winks running through the digestive tract.
Okay, can we get away from this lemmy-winks crap? What?
Folks, again, you choose from a team of world-class artists and you work with them until every detail is perfect. They've got a user-friendly platform that makes it easy to order a custom-made, hand-painted portrait in less than 5 minutes, and you can receive your portrait in as little as 2 weeks. If your relatives are exceptionally fat or ugly, it may take a little longer because that requires more paint.
No, it won't.
Well, it could be. Send any picture, as we mentioned, and it will make the perfect gift for anyone who means something to you in your life. It can be cherished forever. Folks, all you got to do is go to paintyourlife.com and you can see the exact ways that you go about doing all the things I've just talked about. If you don't love the final painting, your money is refunded, guaranteed. Now, they can't do anything about your ugly relatives. They're still going to look the same, and they're not going to give you your money back for that. Start a GoFundMe for plastic surgery for the little cretins. But right now, as a limited time offer, you can get 20% off your painting and free shipping. And to get this special offer, text the word DRIVE, D-R-I-V-E, to 64,000. That's DRIVE to 64000. DRIVE to 64,000. Paint your life. Celebrate the moments that matter most and your ugly relatives. Message and data rates may apply. Terms apply. Available at paintyourlife.com/terms.
That's right.
Well, we got more wrestling to talk about.
Oh, joy.
Oh, bliss. Actually, this wasn't bad. It wasn't as bad as it has been because we got to see a good match. NXT from this previous Tuesday night, March the 1st, Braun Steiner and Ciampa against Rude and Ziggler. And even though we only got a little brief smidgen of a highlight angle for it on Raw, they give them time to work on NXT still. Imagine that. And Michaels, even you can say what you want about Michaels, but he knows how hard it is for guys like this that are this good to have a fucking match in 4 minutes. He was never part of the shit stain brigade that wanted to keep the matches to 5 minutes and do 20-minute interviews. But again, they started out the show with this, and I liked it, and you could see Ciampa putting it over. He's got personality, and of course Steiner has it coming out of his ears. But they came out in the matching Steiner-style tights with the double shoulder strap and the what do you call that? What is that design? It's not psychedelic. It's not paisley.
Zubaz? I don't know what you call it.
Zubaz kind of style. But anyway, here comes Rude and Ziggler, and the baby faces jump started in the aisleway. And in this case, it was called for. It's a grudge match. They've been doing shit to each other. So this wasn't just about, oh, let's just create chaos for no reason. This made sense. It's a grudge match for a reason, with grown men fighting each other on a wrestling show. I thought I was in a time machine somehow. At first, the heels started getting them a little bit, but then Ciampa came back with a dive that made sense, and the faces roll in, and they're up at the bell when the bell starts for the match. The baby faces are up. The people are up. They've already seen the flurry. They almost missed a double team move, but Steiner's strength saved it. Did you see that one where Ciampa was going to backdrop and boost? God, I think it was poor Ziggler up into what looked like a fireman's carry or something over Steiner's shoulders, and they were off, and Steiner just grabbed him in a fucking spine buster and just planted him. Then they cut Braun Steiner off and got the heat on him. And again, Rude and Ziggler are both impeccable in their body language and where they're at in the ring and their work. But also, Steiner has tremendous selling facials. He looks in pain. He looks like he's being put upon. And they got some good heat on him to set up the tag. And goddamn it, I love this match, but this was one thing. It was right there. It was right there, and all of them missed it. When they set up the tag, Ziggler misses a splash in the corner, and he takes a heck of a bump, and Steiner comes out and levels Rude with a clothesline. And in doing that, Steiner fell into the neutral corner with both the heels in the ring. All he had to do was pull himself up and let the heels come at him. And he could either duck one or blast the other or duck past both or whatever. They're crowding him, and he makes a dive to the corner. But instead, both heels stayed down. Rude and Ziggler both disappointed me on this. And Steiner just crawled over on his hands and knees and tagged, not being molested. There was no danger anybody was going to stop him. The people still popped because they wanted to see Ciampa come in, but he was served up an opportunity, and the heels, all they had to do was get up and crowd him so that he could make a frantic motion for the tag. That would have been a hot tag. I do this every week. Anyway, Ciampa then makes a great comeback, and they stop him, and they go to the break because they're giving him some time. They come back from the break. There's heat on Ciampa, and he's fighting back, and he boomeranged Ziggler over the top to the floor and almost got to the tag, but Rude was over there and jerked Steiner off the apron and wiped him out into the front row. So then they go 2-on-1 on Ciampa. And Steiner had to sell for a little bit long over there in the front row, but finally, Ciampa gives Rude a real nice, pretty leaping knee lift and gets an opening, and Ziggler tries to stop him for the tag, but he kicks Ziggler off, and then he hits a hot tag. So Steiner got the hot tag, and the people blew. Just instead of turning over and just making a blasé tag after he blistered Rude, Ziggler came in and tried to pull him back, and it was a kickoff and a tag right there. You didn't expect it. You didn't see it coming. Boom, that's a hot tag. And Steiner makes a big comeback. The belly-to-bellies, the clothesline, spear on fucking Ziggler. Poor Dolph, god damn. He was getting planted in this thing. Tagged Ciampa, hit the Steiner Bulldog off the top. 1-2, Rude makes a save, and what a match. And they did a couple back and forths, and finally, Ciampa hits his finish on Ziggler. Boom, 1, 2, 3. This was a wrestling match, and it was the first 20 minutes of the show, and I could have watched another 20 minutes of it because it didn't get old. Like that blasé bullshit the previous night on Raw did, with mismatched people, green talent, and bad promo material. This was the match probably of the week, I would say. But you know, and again, these are guys that Rude and Ziggler were on their main roster, and they waste them. What'd you think?
I missed NXT this week.
Well, Glorioski, wouldn't you know who won the opponent? So I have set all that up for you to glowingly agree with me.
Hey, I'm not Pat McAfee over here.
All right.
Was Nikita on? Was Nikita on this week?
Well, wait a minute. We're going to get there.
Okay.
So that was the first 20 minutes of the show. We're looking good so far. And then Walter has a promo. He's going to have a match tonight with Solo Sikoa. And I honestly think they ought to. I'm not saying this for the talking because he can't talk. Because Walter can talk and he's got the accent. But I wish that somehow Lesnar's going to retire again. Paul Lee is, he's done as much for Reigns as he can do. They've put him with other people in the past. I'd love to see Paul Lee with Walter because then the matches and the creative would match the guy's talent. Because Paul would have the power to get the things done that need done with Walter. But at some point, but that probably will never happen. LA Knight was in the ring, starts a live interview. All the talent in the world said the name Grayson Waller, and I hit the fast forward. You'll be sorry to know that two of the girls, Brian, on NXT, old Persia and Indy, still have issues over their fellers. They're having men issues. A match in the Dusty Rhodes Classic. Can't believe they're allowed to say his name in this context. Wendy Chu and Dakota Kai against Indy Hartwell and Persia Pirotta. And yes, Wendy Chu did wrestle in the Dusty Rhodes Classic in pajamas and furry bunny slippers. They did a segment where they sold the Madison Square Garden event on NXT, so they are desperate to get some people in that building. They're going to run Madison Square Garden, and they're not going to outdraw two of my OVW events on paid attendance in the Louisville Gardens. See, they should have come to Louisville. We turn out for things. Brian, you missed Lash Legend versus Amari Miller.
I'm not exactly sure as I close my eyes and think of the show if I know which. I'm not sure who those two are.
Lash Legend was the one. She's about 6 feet tall and about 200 pounds.
Oh, those are women.
She looks like Wendy Williams. She looks like if Wendy Williams and Raka Khan had a baby. And she was the one that was going to do the talk show on NXT, lashing out with Lash, and they did one, and it stunk so bad I don't think they ever did another one. But she has fake eyelashes on that are about 3 inches long, so you can tell who she is versus the other one. And I apologize to the AEW women's roster because this looked like a fantasy camp pro wrestling demonstration where part of it was fake and part of it was so stiff a shoot would have been easier. It was both. And then, I swear to God, remember Briggs and Stratton, the poor Southern boys that are out of place there, and they're burying them by making them look like clueless idiots to appeal to an 8-year-old demographic. They actually went through a bit with Briggs and Stratton with old Carmen Electra, where Stratton is not even tricked into, but of his own volition, just because of the way the conversation went, screamed out and was proud to admit out loud that he had never been with a woman. Don't ask what the buildup was. It's not worth it.
They want him to connect with the audience.
Well, there you go. We know what the audience is now. Walter versus Solo Sikoa. This you actually missed and you shouldn't have. Because remember last week we said the Samoan guy knocked Walter out with one kick, and that shouldn't have happened. But they redeemed themselves here because Solo Sikoa's gimmick is he's a street fighter, and he's from the streets, blah, 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 and he's Samoan, etc., but still it's Walter. And so this match was done where Walter started hot and manhandled him and was aggressive and hitting those chops and had a great menacing attitude and a heel demeanor and was a bully. And every time Sikoa would fight from underneath and fight up, he'd get leveled again. And then Walter would taunt him, get up, get up. But the Solo would keep fighting and trying to get out from under. It was great stuff. It kept you interested. And Walter, as I've said, nobody, I don't think, works a match more in keeping with what he should be doing in his style than Walter does. He works his gimmick is him, and he works it perfectly. And finally, Sikoa had eaten a chop and forearms, and he's getting pissed facially, and he fights back, finally hits a spin kick. Walter takes a bump. And then Sikoa hits the Samoan drop. Walter rolls to the floor. Sikoa hits a splash off the apron onto the floor. Boom. Those crazy Samoans I used to see, goddamn, who was the first one? They've all done it. One of the members of the Samoan SWAT team, Fatu, he did it back in the late 80s. Anyway, he immediately rolls Walter in, hits a super kick, goes for a 2 count. But he's trying to win now that he's got the opportunity. And Sikoa, you can tell, is still a bit green, and he loses his intensity on his face, and or after he's hit something, 1-2, kick out, he'll get up, he'll wander around for a second. He'll take unnecessary steps and then realize what he's doing. That's just inexperience. That'll be fine. Solo misses a splash off the top. Walter gets a rear choke, pulls him into a power bomb, and again, 1, 2, 3. Great match, and Walter is perfect in matches with everything that's up to him. He can't control the finishes that are called or who he's put in to work with, and he's 6-mans or
what he's called,
or in a lot of cases, what he's supposed to be saying. But when he gets in the ring in a single match with anybody, he gets fucking over. The stuff that the writers can't fucking fuck up is his match. So that was tremendous. And then they followed that up with Persia, who is still hugging on to Indy's rotten ex-boyfriend Duke. And guess what, Brian? Dexter will not text Indy back, and she's so upset about it. Oh, I need you. Text me back. I threw up on the page writing what I just wrote. And then John Wayne Gacy's stooge Harlan Sanders beat some guy up. And then another Dusty Classic match with Raquel and Cora versus, I swear I ain't kidding, Lisa Leon and Valentina Feroz.
I'm glad they're giving everyone real names again.
And they were dressed up like the illegitimate offspring of Carmen Miranda. Google her, kids. It'll be hilarious. And then after that match, you'll never guess what happened next, Brian.
Oh, I don't know.
Some girls got in a fight backstage. That's never happened before on a wrestling program. And then Andre Chase. Remember poor Andre? Used to be one of the Bravado brothers in Ring of Honor. But now they're making him, and this, my God, he was 23, 24 years old 12 years ago. So he's in his mid-30s, but he's wearing a Letterman sweater from a fake college that he supposedly runs, and he's got a student with him, and he was fighting Von Wagner. And he wrestles in the sweater, and they come out with the flags of the university. It's impossible taking this seriously. Von Wagner won. Then they did a big package on, no pun intended, on Nikita Lyons breaking the internet. And they had all of the tweets and all of the things pop up, but it was so fast you couldn't read them. But they took tweets of people that said, oh, Nikita's so great and her debut was so great and blah, blah, blah. And then they showed a pre-taped promo with her. And since I have no frame of reference, I've never seen her before do anything, I still have hope, except either they made her or this is what she does. She memorized a statement and read it like she was being held at gunpoint by terrorists, like all the rest of them do. And it was memorized, and there wasn't one fumfer, and there was no emotion in it whatsoever. So are they making her do this? Does she have the ability to speak on her own naturally and normally and interestingly? We will find out. But it certainly seems that visually she has tickled a lot of people's fancy. So that's what you missed on Nikita. And then the main event was for the North American title, Carmelo and Trick against Pete Dunne. And they started this match at 6 minutes till 10 and went 2 minutes and then went to the commercial break at 4 minutes till the top of the hour. And I guess they were going to fucking go over, but I don't care about either of these people. They take nice bumps. I didn't stick with the overrun. And that was NXT.
All right. Well, I'll see if there's anything that makes me go back to my DVR to see what I missed. I want to see Von Wagner in the ring, actually.
Why?
I'm just kidding. He looks like such a monster. I want to see how he works.
Well, we've seen him work a time or two. He ain't rotten. He's green.
The way he looks, he should work like the monster in L.A. Just like storm around the ring.
Actually, yeah. They should have made him the Mummy. Except they wouldn't have had to fucking wrap up his face. They could have just put some modeled makeup on it, and it would have been Mummy face. And he could have the metal bar in his arm and do the sledgehammer and Marr. Well, what have you got up your sleeve this week on the Arcadian Vanguard Network, Mr. Last?
Another action-packed week on the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. Check out all the shows and get information on Twitter at Superpodcast or on Facebook, Facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard. A few notes. The latest episode of Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon is out right now at SUAWpod.com, or of course, available wherever you find your favorite podcasts. This week's guest, Les Thatcher. Hear a fun historical talk with Brian Solomon and Les Thatcher. Hear it today. Once again, SUAWpod.com, or search for Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
How many words does Brian get in edgewise with Uncle Les?
Oh, I'm sure he gets in plenty of words, but it's also a very, very interesting conversation. I think everyone should check it out. Lots of words.
Words and phrases.
Of course, this week on Stick to Wrestling with John McAdam, another big episode where John and his guest Kyle Lewis review WrestleMania 8, the end of the original era of Hulkamania. Hogan versus Sid. Why didn't we get Ric Flair versus Hogan? Bret Hart versus Roddy Piper? Hear all about that and so much more at McAdamPod.com, or search for Stick to Wrestling with John McAdam wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And of course, the 605 Super Podcast, The Mothership! I wish I could be announcing opening day Star Wars, but the opening day of the baseball season has been delayed by this lockout and everything going on.
I heard about that.
But go through the archive today at 605pod.com or look for the 605 Super Podcast wherever you find your favorite podcasts. The Mothership. Ow.
And good day to you, sir. All right, I guess it's time. We might as well get to it. The big news of the week, right? That everybody hopped onto, and a lot of people wanted to know my comments on this. Tony Khan has purchased Ring of Honor Wrestling. I wish we had some kind of marching band music. Dun, 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 dun. I'm not going to piss all over this yet because I don't know what they're going to do, but I am going to piss all over the way that they announced it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is it just a completely mystifying thing that if you're in the business of promotion, that you should promote things, make them big, make them attractive, make them more important potentially than they might be, or at least the way you present them, make it sound big? The guy comes out, and everybody was talking about it's a big deal because Tony's never been on camera but once before. Now we know why. He's not a friendly, television-friendly, compatible personage, is Tony Khan. But the way they announced this is, instead of, because it was a last-minute deal and they don't have any restraint, they can't sit back and say, like a Vince McMahon would do, the time is not right. Let's make the time right. They finished the deal, from what we're saying, from what we're hearing, at 6:00 in the evening. I know for a fact that high-ranking Ring of Honor employees, not wrestlers, people that actually worked there, that ran the company, found out about the announcement when they saw it on television. And I know everybody's going to say, well, they're trying to keep it a secret. God damn. As Vince McMahon used to say again, we've kayfabed ourselves, pal. Because instead of making this deal for whatever it's going to be, we'll talk about it. What did he buy? Did he buy, besides the video library and the production equipment, they had no wrestlers? Or did he buy the TV slots? We don't know. It hadn't been announced. But instead of saying, okay, I've done this deal, and now I can announce that we're going to have a major announcement on Friday night's Rampage and try to do something for those ratings, and take the time to put together a video package. This is Ring of Honor. Because I know that they live in their bubble, and the same people that like the AEW guys like the Ring of Honor guys and know who all of everybody is because they're the most devoted fans out there. There's also not a ton of them. So you might want to get somebody else on board with this. Do a package. This is Ring of Honor. Show some of the highlights. Show some of the names. Focus on, you should already have a plan on Ring of Honor talent that already doesn't work for you and has never appeared for you, that you're going to be bringing in to illustrate this. Briscoes! So focus on who is that Ring of Honor talent that may be invading. And make it a big deal. Have comments from some of those wrestlers or from some of your wrestlers on rivalries that they've had in the past or still have with people that may be coming into their company. And most importantly, this is where, again, Tony Khan does not realize, and nobody will tell him, he has no business being on television. The eyes, the uncomfortable shifting demeanor, the dishevelment, the lack of an authoritative delivery. He looks like he's ready to jump out of his fucking skin being out in front of people. This is not somebody you want imparting news like that. That's why they should have had, since the start of the fucking thing, not an authority figure to be the evil empire and, fuck all their people's favorite wrestlers or make ridiculous rulings or whatever, but a management representative. There's a great place for a Paul White or an Arn Anderson or even possibly a Tully Blanchard or any of these guys that they've just had twisted in the wind that have it in them to deliver a good straight promo when they've got something sensible to talk about. That's the kind of guy you want on behalf of this promotion, a television-friendly face that also is somebody the fans look up to and respect and would listen to, making major announcements about the company. It makes it look like, I don't know what it makes it look like with Tony on television. Can you help me describe in any way verbally the amateur hour look? And I'm not saying he's a horrible person, but he shouldn't be on television. A lot of people shouldn't. It's not a crime, except if you put him there. What do you think, Brian?
I think this was probably, I shouldn't even say I think, this was a big moment for Tony personally. This isn't him and his dad owning AEW. This is him using his money to buy Ring of Honor, something he was a fan of, and now he owns it. I'm not justifying it, but I'm saying that's
okay, but
why he was so frantic and excited.
I'm not arguing with that. Then make it big, make it exciting, make it something.
Oh, I agree with that.
Just say, oh, well, yeah, 2 hours ago I just got off the phone and Sinclair Broadcasting has unloaded this fucking white elephant off their books, and we've obviously just found out about it, so we have no plans and we don't even have any footage to show you. Or for anybody who's not familiar with Ring of Honor, we're not going to try to get it over. We're just going to have two of our wrestlers that used to wrestle there come out and have a match. That's what happened. Why not build this into something? Why rush the announcement? Even if it leaked out, was this surprise going to make a difference in the current state of business affairs for AEW, or is this something that they wanted to so let people be murmuring about it? And then you come out next week with the big package and the big launch of the big promotional campaign for what you're going to do with this opposing wrestling league. Is there going to be interspecies competition? Are they going to be kept separate? Are the TV slots still in play on the Sinclair stations? If not, then what have you bought? The video library. So this could have been a big deal. Or it could still be a big deal, but they're not starting off trying to make it a big deal because they do not know how to make things bigger than what they are. They don't sit down and take the time and think it through. It's almost like people there have a problem sitting down and concentrating on something. So let's look at the differences real quick from 2011 and 2022 Ring of Honor sales. I was involved in the first one. What were we selling then? In 2011, when Sinclair was talking to Kerry Silken, it was almost completely different thing that they were looking to buy. Right now, the most valuable thing is probably the video library that Tony Khan just bought. In 2011, that was kind of low on the list because, let's face it, in 2011, Punk and Danielson had been in the WWE for a couple of years. They weren't legendary as they would become yet. And everybody else I'm not saying there weren't quality talent there, but everybody else was still in TNA at that point, AJ Styles and Samoa Joe and etc. So the library didn't contain, multiple hours of footage of some of the biggest stars in the world. 11 years later, that's changed. But at the time, Sinclair was less interested in the video library than almost anything else. And honestly, also because at that time, think about this. We were thinking that the television production with Sinclair was going to be first class when it started. Well, it turned out not to be because they wouldn't spend any money, but it was still a massive upgrade from what Ring of Honor had been doing because they were shooting on VHS with rented cameras. And when we tried to convert the existing Ring of Honor footage to stuff that would work on television, we had to put it in the box and we had to treat it because it was the 4:3 TV aspect instead of widescreen. And it wasn't high def, it was barely def, much less high def. So now they've got 10 more years of better looking to great footage because they also bought the production equipment, Tony Khan did. And when I was there in what was it, 2017, 18 for the Crockett Cup that Ring of Honor produced for the NWA, they had production equipment coming out the ass. It was amazing. Where was that 7 years beforehand? But AEW already had either production equipment or access to it. So that's not earth-shaking. In 2011, there was no production equipment. In 2011, Sinclair Broadcasting was basically buying the talent roster and the fan base because that's what Ring of Honor had. Brian, you'll remember this. In 2010, shortly before the talks got going, Ring of Honor had under contract 75 or 80% of the independent wrestlers in the business that you would want to start a TV product. Almost all of the good indie wrestlers were under contract to Ring of Honor. I'm not talking about the former WCW or WWE big names that were doing independent shows. And I'm certainly not talking about the trampoline cowboys that a lot of the indie fans thought, they should sign up. The Jack Evanses of the world and the Super Smash Brothers. Talking about quality talent you'd want to start a television promotion with. In this country, again, there's some in England, there's some in Japan. But in this country, can you think, was there a major, any level of major indie names that Ring of Honor didn't have at that point? We had Eddie Edwards, Davey Richards, Roderick Strong, the Briscoes. Pretty much the cream of the cream of everybody was doing independent shows. That was the roster. And I would hesitate to say that there was, can you think of anybody? Was there any more than one or two major names that we could have added to that, even if we'd have wanted to, at that time?
Off the top of my head, I'm not thinking of any names. You had the cream of the crop of indie wrestling and Ring of Honor during this era.
So that's what I would, because at one point, Joe Koff had come to me and said, well, if Kerry doesn't want to do this deal, then we could start our own wrestling promotion. I would say, well, yeah, you could do anything you want to do, but who are you going to have wrestle for you? Because if Kerry doesn't want to sell Ring of Honor but doesn't want to fold it, then those guys are under contract, and then you've got to pick the best of the rest, which there's hardly any there. And for the amount of money we're talking about, this is the roster, and it's got a built-in fan base. We weren't aware at the time that the fan base was not going to appreciate any upgrades, but that's what they were buying. They didn't buy TV slots because they didn't have one. And actually, in hindsight, HDNet, the precursor to Access, not being able to put any more money in the Ring of Honor television program that they'd aired for 2 years, they were paying for part of the they were paying for the production and part of the talent. They couldn't put any more money into it and canceled it right as these talks were going on, which actually enabled Sinclair Broadcasting to negotiate better, more cleanly, because they didn't have another television partner in the game for a promotion they were thinking about buying. And being canceled by HDNet did absolutely nothing bad to Ring of Honor's business, because that TV program had done nothing for Ring of Honor's business.
That station had no audience.
Nobody could see it. That's right. If right now, the people that are watching Impact on Access is probably 5 times the audience that Ring of Honor had, because nobody could get HDNet then, and you had to pay extra per month if you did. I had to pay $10 a month just to get the fucking show or the station to watch the show I was on. So anyway, there was no TV slots. The video library was They had a fan base and they had a roster, and there was no production equipment. That's what Sinclair bought 11 years ago. In this case, it was almost turned completely upside down. They had no roster. None whatsoever. They let everybody go in December, and the fan base has trickled away. So now basically their biggest, their most important aspects of their company was the video library that Sinclair wasn't really wrapped up in 11 years ago because it didn't look that good and there wasn't that many people there then that was a big deal. Now it's changed. And the TV time slots that nobody has yet. That would have been one of the first things I would have mentioned if I was Tony Khan in my announcement, is that, and yes, and now not only Ring of Honor, but also AEW superstars are going to be seen on these 70-something broadcast stations across the country currently airing Ring of Honor. Because if he didn't get that, then all he bought was the video library. And what the fuck is that going to do for him besides the fans that he already has wanting to go back and see some of that stuff in a streaming service if they do, because it's already been out there on DVD and the Ring of Honor streaming service and the Honor Club and et cetera. So it's not even new or been hidden for some time.
No, but it's incredibly valuable because he bundles it with his AEW content. And as Warner's looking to boost their streaming portfolio, either Tony could go on his own with a streaming site, and now he has a lot of content, or Tony can bundle it together and have a bigger deal to offer someone like his partners at Warner.
Well, yes, but then why say, I bought Ring of Honor and they've made the announcement that Ring of Honor is going to continue in some form as a promotion that he will be doing whatever with. Well, I'm not saying
I agree the
library isn't valuable, but did he just buy the video library and he's made this big announcement? Or if it's going to be a promotion and not maybe even whether a standalone promotion or whether a promotion in conjunction or whether a developmental type of promotion or whatever the case, the only thing he got that we know that is worth anything and that is to make any difference in anything is the video library.
And the
if Ring of Honor, and they were talking to the WWE and the WWE didn't get back with them apparently in time, or they didn't care or whatever. But and again, couldn't Ring of Honor have said, before we let everybody go and be free and fly away, while we're still an operating company, let's see if we can get this guy to buy us and maybe, we'll get more out of it. But they fire all the wrestlers, eliminate all the contracts, announce they're taking a 3-month hiatus, and then they start talking to this guy about selling it.
If you go back to the original Ring of Honor announcement that they were shutting down or ceasing operations temporarily, we talked about it on the show. We said it's a no-brainer for Tony Khan. He'll get the library of all the guys that work for him. And if he can get them to give him a deal where for 1 year or 2 years or however it may be, he gets to have those Ring of Honor time slots, then it becomes a pretty good deal. As long as you're not paying a ridiculous sum of money. And I don't think they're going to charge a ridiculous sum of money for what Ring of Honor is and all that intellectual property.
I agree. But to do after you've diminished your company's value as much as you possibly can and everybody's figuring you're done, then you sell. Isn't that like a motivated seller, fire sale, going out of business, prices slashed to the bone?
It was done poorly, but Sinclair has handled a lot of things poorly over the last decade. And also, as far as Tony Khan buying it, if at that point it's just, hey, this catalog of footage is up for sale, I still think it's a good move for him for a number of reasons. I agree with you, just the overall thing, though. Just, you purchase Ring of Honor, even if you were working on it and you only finish it at 6 p.m. You come out there and you say, we purchased Ring of Honor, and you drop a few things. He did say the video catalog will be available. They're going to try to find a way. But nothing about what this means for Ring of Honor, nothing about what this means for TV. You mentioned wrestlers and employees found out by watching it at home, which is kind of fucked up in certain cases. But you have the Briscoes, you have guys that, although not currently under contract, are longtime Ring of Honor people. You consider them to be Ring of Honor people. Tony didn't announce anything, and I think, whenever people have pointed out, like, too much of AEW is focused on what smart fans would like, or what the Observer fans would like, or what the internet fans would like, leading the show with this announcement, building it up for a while that you had a special announcement, and Tony coming out there to make this big announcement, and then it just kind of died. Every now and then during the show, you'd hear, "Hey, for you, Mr. Tony Khan, Ring of Honor." You hear that every now and then. But what does that mean? And while people are watching Christopher Daniels, who they haven't seen on TV in a while, and Bryan Danielson, who they've been seeing all the time, was it properly explained other than Tony Khan's, and again, I'm not trying to be unfair, but a kind of bug-eyed, frantic speech?
If you didn't already know that Christopher Daniels and Bryan Danielson were two of the three guys in the first main event of Ring of Honor's first show, his explanation did not clarify that matter.
So that's the only thing. If you're going to make this a big announcement, have more to actually say. And also, don't make this the big announcement. Don't start the show off and build this up. If Tony is only going to do limited things, like when Brody Lee passed away, then I don't know. I mean, again, I see that this is a big thing for him personally, but in terms of what's on air, that valuable real estate of being on air, I wasn't that excited coming out. He bought a dead promotion.
He has just bought a wrestling promotion that has never been less valuable. It was going when Sinclair got it. It was going through ups and downs, but now they have no wrestlers. They're running reruns on their TV time slots. They got some production equipment and a video library. And instead of buying the thing and then figuring out a way to present it on his television to make it bigger than even Ring of Honor was when it was running, by doing the packages, the announcements, making a big deal out of it at every turn, plumbing every little detail for how you can make this sound better than it is. Instead, they drop it there, and that's it, because he's not a promoter. A lot of these guys have fantasized about being wrestlers all their lives. He's fantasized about being a promoter and a booker all his life. And the problem is, many of them have never actually done it. They've just fantasized about it. And when they get the opportunity to do it, they drop the ball on it because they don't know how to do it in the first place.
You know what question I don't have the answer to that I'd like to know? Was Ring of Honor offered to Tony Khan or WWE before they ceased operations?
I would love to know that as well. I wonder if we ever shall.
Oh, I'm sure there are a few people who shall remain nameless, who shall have a thing or two to say in the coming days and weeks.
Well, and so anyway, what do they get? They got the video library, they got production equipment, which they already had access to.
Intellectual property.
The intellectual property is the same as the video library, basically. What are you going to have, Ring of Honor ice cream bars? I don't think so.
Well, you own the logo, you own the titles, you own. What about what about the rings?
How many did they have? When I was there, they had one. We wanted to get two at the start, but they didn't want to pay for one for more than one at the same time. A couple of rings, whatever. The personnel, they don't have a roster. I'm not sure who's still in the office, except as far as TV production, a fellow named Mark Davis that was with Sinclair Broadcasting beforehand, didn't know anything about wrestling, but wanted to learn and jumped into it. He was easy to work with, and he was on the ball. They might, benefit from him, but the only other person I can think of is Hunter Johnston, Delirious. What have we been screaming AEW needs? Experience at everything. Well, he's been a wrestler for 20 years. He's been the booker for 10 years. If Sinclair Broadcasting did not make Delirious mentally break and look for a bell tower with their shenanigans over 10 years of booking, that means he's a pretty mentally hardy individual. He was the head trainer at the wrestling camp that Ring of Honor ran all the tryouts and seminars, and knows everybody that's been through there for the past 20 years. Experience at training, experience at booking, experience at evaluating talent. They got no spot for him. And otherwise, I don't know what. They could hire gutless Gary Juster to drink Starbucks for 5 hours and make a few phone calls to look for a building. But I don't know what else they're getting there.
You know, one of the first people I would try to lock up, not knowing what Tony's going to do at Ring of Honor, other than he said that they will look to have it as a operating wrestling company, Ian Riccaboni.
Yes. Well, there you go. Ian Riccaboni. I mean, he's not an employee of Ring of Honor. He was one of the independent contractors along with everybody else. But I mean, he's done a fantastic job as an announcer. He's young. He's with it, but he's not annoying. He's not a basement mark like fucking excrement. He's not going to scream Japanese words and phrases at the top of his lungs all the time. He and Caprice Coleman had done an excellent job on the Ring of Honor show, and Ian he's got his shit together. So there are pieces of Ring of Honor that they can pick up and could put to good use in their company. I don't say they're going to do it, because if Tony Khan was going to replace people that he had already gotten with people that are better at their jobs than those people are, he's had plenty of opportunities to do it, and he almost never does. So once he's promised you're going to get to play in his little fucking game, then even if somebody else comes along that's 5 times better than you are, he hates to break his word because he doesn't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
But do you think he's getting a little more hardened when it comes to that stuff? In the last couple months, he saw Cody Rhodes, who everyone thought would be there for life, all of a sudden say, hey, I got this big offer and I kind of want to do this instead. Also, the Big Swole thing. You know, if we get past the fact that it's Big Swole saying it, the idea he's hanging out partying with the wrestlers, and then all of a sudden they're turning around and saying, hey, this guy was smoking my drugs and then he fired me. He's not my friend. He's a liar. Do you think when things like this happen, it changes the way he's going to deal with people going forward?
You ask me if Tony Khan has been mentally hardened up by all that's gone on just a couple of days after I looked at him standing in that ring, not knowing whether to wind his ass or scratch his watch, and beside his own self because he was so excited to blurt out his news. I mean, no, I don't think he's been mentally hardened. I don't think it's possible to mentally harden him. I think he's a nice guy that's always wanted to do this and be involved in this. And he is in way over his head with the various tasks that he has. And he means well, but he doesn't know how to book. He books like a mark because he is a mark, and that's how he thinks. And until he comes to the realization that this cultish audience that he has of around about 1 million people, give or take, are going to watch whatever he presents, but that the other people, the other 5,999,000,000 in the world, need to see something that makes a little bit of sense and that they can follow before they're going to jump in on it. I think that's what would help him. If he realizes, I need to provide the financing and I need to find experienced, competent people to do the rest of this, and I need to stay off television, I don't think he's going to learn anything. But we'll see. But we did get Bryan Danielson versus Christopher Daniels out of it. And it was good to see Daniels again, especially they said he hadn't been on the TV show in 7 months, but we have seen Pockets and 2.0 weekly, multiple times. But we see Chris Daniels once every 7 months.
Did you see that eye?
Yeah, it didn't look. What did they say? What happened?
I could be wrong because I wasn't completely listening by this point. I think they said it was a Young Bucks super kick, or maybe it was an angle with the Young Bucks or something. But I may be wrong, but I think that's what I heard.
Well, I'm not surprised then. But nevertheless, Daniels and Danielson, 2 pros, great match. I just sat and enjoyed it. I'm not going to pick it apart because they both are incredible and they know what they're doing. And then Daniels went for the best moonsault ever, and Danielson caught him in an armbar, and he tapped out. But they actually got a chance to go out. And these two should be running or at least figured into any type of training program or tryout systems, seminars, developmental, whatever that AEW has. But I'm sure that probably won't take place either. And then Danielson is what a heel. Goes right back to the promo talking about Ring of Honor, and we always used to shake hands, so I'm going to shake hands. And there's Daniels laying there unconscious, and he reaches down and grabs his fucking hand and shakes the limp arm, and then says, and now I'm going to stomp his head in, and stomps his head in. And they get Daniels out of there, and he promos Moxley. He's going to stomp his head in on Sunday. And then Moxley music plays, and here he came. It would have been nice if he'd have come out 30 seconds earlier to help Chris Daniels instead of being a prima donna and have to wait for his music to play so he can come in out of the parking lot. Are you as tired of Moxley's promos as I am of his matches?
You could have said anything. Am I tired of his entrance, his promos? His promos is like a thing he always does. And it's kind of funny, but you get tired of it where he's talking and he's trying to act tough and he kind of has like the shoulders going and everything. He's moving around.
Wobbling and twitching.
And I've had enough of you, so you know what? I'm just going to kill you.
Yeah.
What? I've had enough of you, so I'm going to beat you, and you know what? There'll be a river of blood. Really? So I don't know. There's always that. It's always like, okay.
Well, no. It's starting to be a river of blood. The last chapter's about to be written, and he's going to write a book in blood on Sunday.
That's what it was.
I'm not sure he can read a book.
No, he's
going to write one in blood. And it's coming from this guy who wobbles and twitches like a fucking spastic. And you can't. Yes, I'm sure that John Moxley has been in some bad neighborhoods and he grew up on the streets of Florence, Kentucky or whatever the fuck, right next to the gambling den. And those crazy kids were shooting craps or whatever the fuck. Yeah, he might be a tough guy. I'm sure his picture could be seen on Cincinnati's Most Wanted or whatever, but visually, as far as in the professional wrestling world, no, he's not a big, badass looking, mean, intimidating son of a bitch. His promos would lead you in that direction until you see the matches, and they're all indie garbage matches with all the indie cliches, the old indie tropes. And they don't make any sense, and you don't believe them because they don't make sense. They're two guys engaging in an exhibition of hitting each other with blunt instruments instead of an actual fight that you can lose yourself in. And that's what his mindset is. And he's the bank-addicted drug robber is his hero. And he loves that kind of shit. And I would love it for him if he was released from his AEW contract and allowed to go to garbage championship wrestling and do that kind of shit. Because then we wouldn't have to watch him.
With all that said, I was just going to say Danielson here was great. Especially the post-match. The match was the best Christopher Daniels match in AEW. No surprise because he's working with the best wrestler in the business right now. And Danielson is perfect in the ring right now, but it's the post-match stuff, it's the out-of-the-ring stuff where he's really excelling, playing off the crowd, and the post-match stuff with him kicking in Daniels' head was great.
Yeah, and then
the setup to it.
And then when Moxley says, okay, we can go right now, and Danielson whips his jacket off and squares up and then powders right out. What a heel. Danielson can get something out of anybody. So even with Moxley, yes, but just, did you notice that Sting and Darby Allin, when they're talking about Rampage on Friday, have the same energy level for Rampage that all of us do, and that they weren't. I swear to God, I wrote Buddy Landell had more emotion on Somas than either guy here in this pre-tape about what they're going to do on Friday. Darby Allin's just in a trance.
With Darby, you have a guy who, since the beginning of AEW, has always gotten a big pop when his music hits and he comes out. He has a unique way of coming out, whether it's a match or whether it's him doing a run-in with his skateboard. He's had good matches. I feel like we're not seeing him featured enough on Dynamite anymore. considering how good and how over he is.
I think, see, here's the problem is Tony Khan puts so much thought into this that it looks like there's actually no thought put in it whatsoever, because he's overthought it to the point where it's fucking chaos. And I believe he's trying to switch talent from back and forth from one show to another where, well, they're being used on Rampage, and over here I'm using someone else on Dynamite, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like when marks with no guidance try to imitate what they've seen on television and be pretend bookers, and they come up with shit that they invent for themselves, and it logically makes sense in their heads, and there's never anyone with experience to tell them, no, and here's why, and then they might understand it, so they keep on having this. It's like the indie wrestlers. When they're all great, and everybody's great, and everybody can play, and everybody can participate, and wow, I really love it, what you're doing with your character, and you're fleshing out your image, or whatever the fuck this showbiz bullshit is, there's nobody to tell them, no, you suck, here's why, here's what to do about it, because nobody wants to get their feelings hurt, and then they just go off and do their own shit, and I mean, yes, you're going to see a lot of and hear a lot of veteran wrestlers that you can point to, well, so-and-so favors this, and so-and-so doesn't have a problem with this, and so-and-so pats such and such on the back about this. That's because they're still in the business. They still want booked. And the veterans go home and laugh at these fucking assholes. They go get their payoff, and except if they can not avoid it any other way, they don't do anything that'll get any stupid on them or hurt them or injure them. And they laugh at these idiots that are out there cutting their own fucking heads off with chainsaws. And publicly they praise them because they want another fucking booking. And they don't care enough about the wrestling business to want to try to change it when there's idiots out there doing stupid shit. They just want paid. That's why veterans will agree with this shit publicly. You ought to hear him in the car afterwards. But anyway, that's the problem, is that he'll just say, well, I'll put so-and-so over on Rampage for a few months. And then meanwhile, Dynamite will be doing, it's two different shows that have 3 or 4 different logic universes in them, because as we've mentioned, everybody that has any pull gets to set up their own segments, which is why they don't look like they go together with the rest of the show. We're getting there. We're going to get to the best thing I've seen in a long time, but we've still got some muck to wade through. You know what we had last week on the program, Brian?
Muck to wade through? Oh.
Well, no, we did, but we had a tag team battle royal. And this is where it was a 10-team, 20-man battle royal. Everybody was just standing there on the floor, jumped in the ring, and went to fighting and fussing. And the winner was going to get to challenge Jungle Boy and Dino Douche for the tag team title on the pay-per-view. Well, this week, we get another tag team battle royal. This time with even more teams and more people, but they came in one team at a time. Did I mention Mark booking, where you sit in your basement and you come up with an idea that, boy, this is just great, and nobody's there to tell you you're stupid, and so you do it? 2 20-man battle royals 2 weeks in a row with both winners of 2 different kinds of rules battle royal, with both winners going on to fight the tag team champions in a 3-way triple threat tag team match. This is Mark booking. The people that really want to pay close attention to this shit, they're going to love it. And everybody else is going to go, what the fuck is going on here? But at least we got entrances and introductions in this one, so we knew who they were. And Darius Martin, poor old Dante's brother, is back after injury, so Top Flight, we're out first with FTR. And since it's a battle royal, the faces did 1,000 things at 100 miles an hour for a minute. And then here came the Acclaimed. And the Acclaimed came out doing their rap, but the match was continuing because even though everybody was supposed to be knocked down and 4 guys just laying there while this rap happens. They still hadn't done all the shit they were supposed to do. So there's Dante doing the missile drop kick off the top rope while Max Caster is doing his rap. Then everybody lays down so he can finish the rap. One of Caster's lines was, somebody's less popular than Glenn Jacobs' tweets. Finally, he's good. But again, this is not the place for it. There's 2 teams beating the shit out of each other in the ring. Your team gets to come out. Why are you even allowed to, much less why do you want to rap for a minute before you get in the ring and start the match over? It killed the fucking momentum of the match, what they had going. And it's stupid that these people would be allowed to hang out and fucking be on the microphone when they're supposed to be getting in the ring. But finally, they restarted the match, and then here came the Dork Order, and I said, okay, I'm going to start skipping ahead here because the participants in this match, after Dork Order, were Bear Country with their manager, Gerbil County, I guess, Butcher and Baker, Santana and Ortiz. I saw Garrison. I didn't see Pillman in there. He might not have lasted too long. Was he in there?
Yeah, he ran out. You saw him run out.
Okay, Trent and Muffin Top. More Dorks, another team from the Dorks. The Hardley Boys, the Ass Boys. Brock Anderson and Shoddy Lee. Ryan Nemeth and some skinny fucking blue tights.
Oh, can I jump in?
Yes.
One, I want to just say you were right. The Ass Boys may have something. 2, I want to say the skinny guy in the blue tights was Peter Avalon.
Jesus Christ. It looked like some fucking homeless guy trying to break into the public swimming pool for a swim, got mixed up and headed into the wrestling locker room. And that was the teams in this. So basically it came down to, I know you're going to be shocked here, but it came down to the Hardley Boys eliminating FTR, of course, Pony Time. And that left the Hardley Boys against Darius Martin all by himself. And at that point, they launched themselves into some of the most ridiculous, phoniest, trampoline routine exchanges and the most just worst, most unbelievable quote unquote work that I've ever seen on a Major League Wrestling television program. Until I know you're going to find this hard to believe, the Hardley Boys won. That pony's been changing hands a lot lately.
It's their tag team division.
Did you see? It was just ridiculous. It was like hip, 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 just helping each other vault and cheerlead. And this was it. So now we're going to end up with the Hardley Boys against Fish and O'Reilly against Jungle Boy and Dino Douche in a 3-team triple threat match for the tag team title that very well could be completely unwatchable.
Can I make a request?
Please.
Tony, keep running Ring of Honor and send FTR there. Because
yes,
we see what life is like in the Young Bucks tag team division. They want to work with their friends. They want to book their friends strongly, and everyone else gets screwed over. Hey, now you got another company. Send FTR to Ring of Honor, and then we get FTR Briscoes.
There you go. And now, by the way, not only are the fans trying to demand it and starting petitions for it on Twitter and on the internet, but now I think it was Dave Scherer of PW Insider actually called for it in an editorial on the site today. But now there's nothing standing in your way now, Tony. The public is actually, it sounds like a fucking bad promotional line. By popular demand, the public is demanding a match that is easily available to Tony Khan, and he won't give it to him because his fucking 2 little Fruit Loops from Cucamonga would rather play with the rest of their trampoline cowboy. You know, the kids don't know. They know the phrase, but they don't know where it came from. You've heard it, drugstore cowboy, right?
Of course.
Somebody even called Adam Page a drugstore cowboy. And where that comes from is when I was a kid, when a lot of people were kids, out in front of the drugstore, they had the fucking coin-operated horse. For the kids, while your mother was in there shopping, picking up whatever, I used to ride mine outside of Wish's drugstore in Middletown, Kentucky. You'd put I think it was a dime by the time I got there, but I've seen some of them that were a nickel. And it was like a horse that you have on the merry-go-round, but it's on this base and it's got a pole on it. And your parents put you up on the horse and you put the coin in and the horse starts bobbing along a little bit, not like the bull at Gillies. Don't want to hurt any of the little kiddies. But you had your little cowboy hat and your little cap gun 6-shooter and you rode the horse and you were a drugstore cowboy. Well, all of the young bucks and their fucking little friends are trampoline cowboys. They like to play on the trampoline and pretend they were wrestlers. And now, because one guy with enough money is delusional, they don't have to put the dime in anymore and ride on the little toy. They get to actually be on a real program and bring their friends in too. And all they've got to do is make sure that none of the real talented tag team wrestlers get a chance to show what they can do to make their trampoline cowboys look bad.
Who are you to judge the Bucks? They're the greatest tag team ever. You know it, you're out of touch. They do more in 12 days than you guys did in 300.
You know, that used to be the tagline on the Army commercial. We do more before breakfast than most people do all day. That backfired with me. I said, I don't really like to be that active before breakfast.
I'm serious. How many matches do they work a year? I said 12. I'm half joking. Do they work 24 matches a year?
I wouldn't imagine. They don't run house shows. They don't work independents anymore because they're bilking the fucking billionaire. So they pop up just to beat all the competent teams and keep them down. Anyway, that battle royal took a half an hour, folks. About as long as I took to talk about it. Let's move on. Did you see the Chris Jericho promo? And boy, he ought to trademark the carb counter because he really has dropped some weight. He's looking better. Possibly it's just he's worried up late at night, biting his fingernails about staying over, and that's what's causing him to lose weight.
Lipo.
You think?
Oh, well, you never know.
Did he have the lipo sucked?
You know, it's the neck that makes me wonder because, you know, having all the lard around your midsection, that's one thing, and you can lose that. Work hard, you can lose that. But when you have the buildup of lard around the neck that he had for a few years, that isn't so easy to lose, but he's done it. So, by hook or by crook, congratulations, Chris Jericho.
Congratulations. You're going to look better than ever, just in time for the next insurrection at the Capitol.
Yeah, just in time for him to negotiate a new deal with Vince. That's what it is. All of a sudden, Jericho's getting into shape. He's looking for a new contract with Vince. You know it.
Well, it has been mentioned that, you know, he's been there for the 3 years now or whatever, so it's going to be coming up soon. Also, Jericho has filed another trademark. The trademarker, Chris Jericho, the influencer Chris Jericho, has now filed to trademark to trademark sports entertainer. He is going to try to trademark sports entertainer. Vince might be upset about that.
Yeah, Vince may be upset about that. Or maybe that's why he's doing it, so he gets a phone call from Vince. But it is, I have to say, to be fair, the last couple weeks, Jericho hasn't just looked a little better. His material's been a little better. If the idea is using what has been one of the big negatives to me and to a lot of fans about Jericho, which is that he's, in a lot of ways, seems like he never left Monday Night Raw mentally. If you're going to use that and make him the sports entertainer as a heel character, that could be interesting.
Well, and that's what he's obviously about to turn heel. This was a promo about Eddie Kingston. And he's doing these subtle things, and sometimes not so subtle, that you would do if you were turning heel. And Santana and Ortiz come in and they give him a fist bump. He says, "Are we okay? I've always got your backs." They don't seem too convinced, but his demeanor, the things he's saying, the way he's talking about Eddie Kingston, he's going to turn heel, and then he's going to be the sports entertainer that all of the AEW audience who supposedly likes wrestling, just what they think wrestling is, not what it actually is. The AEW fans love what they think pro wrestling is. They just don't know what the fuck pro wrestling is. He's going to be the sports entertainer that they don't like because it's not wrestling, even though their wrestling isn't wrestling. So they're trying to figure out a way to work with an ever decreasing pool of viewers to play them against each other. And that's what we had here. So we'll see what happens with him and Kingston. But here it came. Thank God. Even if there is a God, thank God for this. I had seen so much rotten wrestling from all these companies. I was about to give up, and it was redeemed in one segment. Like Mussolini! Being serious. He came out with a game face, a no-nonsense entrance. After MJF's promo last week, the question on CM Punk's mind was, am I the bad guy? Now, what I'm going to pick at one thing here at the start, and then I'm not going to pick about anything else about this because it was fabulous. But we had to sit through 30 minutes of that goddamn stinky battle royal. They couldn't have taken 2 minutes off of that and done a package to refresh the comments that Maxwell Jacob Friedman made the previous week. For anybody that missed it, or anybody that just might need a little reinforcement, not the whole segment, just the pithy parts. They used to throw quarters at me. I believed in you. You left me. That type of thing. They could have done that and then brought Punk out, but again, inexperienced television formatters. So Punk says, until a week ago, I was sure that MJF was the bad guy. But what MJF did took courage. I didn't think he had it in him. But am I being gaslit? And he looked Punk. He looks at the camera. There's close-ups. You see sincerity, the eyes. This is not prearranged material given to him by someone you can believe he is saying this. It's a talent. The delivery of that. It's called being a good television personality. He believes what he's saying and he makes you believe it too. And he said, I believe those things happened to MJF, but I'm not sure about his sincerity. There's a picture of me with Steve Austin. But when Stone Cold Steve Austin went home, it didn't make me do bad things. But MJF attacked Dean Malenko, who has Parkinson's disease, verbally buried Brian Pillman Sr. in his hometown in front of his son and family, said awful things about Darby Allin's dead uncle. And Punk says, I've found out one thing is true. Hurt people hurt people. That's fucking brilliant. All these idiots that and this fucking House of the Knights of the Thrones of the Black fucking whatevers trying to be all spooky and deep and mysterious. They get overly dramatic and gaga and you don't believe any shit and it's just written down stuff people are saying. But when you get a guy that can tell a story like this and then just break it down to hurt people, that's the motivation. That's the supervillain's backstory. That's what happened to Mr. Glass in Unbreakable, blah, blah, blah. This guy was hurt, so now he wants to hurt other people. Am I Dr. Frankenstein and he's the monster? So he calls MJF out. He said, I want to talk to you. But then he stopped talking and then he started pacing. And he paced on live television for a kind of an uncomfortable length of time, and there was no music. Because if it wasn't set up and everybody wasn't waiting for their cue, it would take MJF a while to get up from the monitor where he's listening to his fucking adversary and come out there to confront him. And they gave it enough time where it wasn't just next scene. And here comes MJF, no microphone, no music. And Punk says, I used to be you. I used to be full of hate. I poured alcohol down an alcoholic's throat, et cetera, all the things he done. But too much hate will burn you up. And now it's not about you or me. It's about an 11-year-old kid out there looking up to you like you looked up to me. And what effect are you going to have on him? And Punk ends up finished up. He says, am I the good guy? I sure am trying. And sticks his hand out to MJF. And there's the look and there's the pause and the milk. And MJF comes in with the hug. And Punk's face, and he won't hug him. He's got his arms spread out there and looking like this fucking guy. What? And then finally, just long enough, he's okay, I'll go for it. And he gives him the hug and he pats him on the head. And MJF backs up with that lip quivering and kicks Punk square in the fucking nuts. And he drops like a rock. That was brilliant on everybody's part. The timing and the delivery and the whole 9 yards. Then MJF gets on Punk and gives him that heat seeker pile driver, and that got a pop. And he pulls off the jacket, and there's the picture of him and Punk on his T-shirt. Here comes Wardlow and Spears. And MJF gets the diamond ring and nails Punk. By the way, did you hear as soon as he nails him, what was happening, Brian?
What do you mean?
What was happening as soon as he nailed him with that ring? The bell started ringing. Stop this. Ding, ding, ding. And then Punk comes up bleeding. FTR comes out. Here comes security. Security's running out and trying to stop it. They are attacking the biggest star in our company. We've got to do something. And the bell's ringing again. Ding, ding, ding. And FTR is knocking off security, blocking them off. Again, I will give a little bit of a tip. When you're sending the security or the minions it's always better if they get to the ring, but not necessarily in it. Instead of stopping them at the entranceway, it creates a better picture of chaos around the ring. If FTR and the other heels get right in the ring and are at the ropes, and as people try to come into and down to the ring, they're playing King of the Hill, knocking them off the apron, won't let them get in. It's easier to see all the action at one point at that time. I'm picking at nits here, but this was so good. A little fine-tuning. Then they get the dog collar. And they're hanging Punk with the dog collar, and he's drenched in blood, and they're ringing the bell, and security has been dispatched, and the heels are in charge. Here was some fucking chaos. And then MJF gets the microphone right in his face, and Punk can't see, and he's bleeding, and his eyes are bugged out, and he's coughing or whatever the fuck. You stupid old man. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing people he didn't exist. I'm the devil. Which I think, was that an old Punk promo from somewhere?
Oh, maybe, and I don't know. That would be an interesting
I think
callback.
It was.
Yeah.
Anyway, so at that point, then now string him up, and they start pulling the chain, and they're hanging Punk. And goddamn it, they should have widened back up. He's twisting on the apron, but if they could have got a wide shot, where there's a way you can do this without killing the man, where his feet could have been off the ground while he's hanging from the chain, that would have been great. But otherwise, here comes Darby Allin, Sammy Guevara, and Sting, the top baby faces. They hit the ring and make a save, and the heels powder, and the save got a big pop. When's the last time you heard a save get a pop? If they do one, it always happens after everything's over with, and they haven't built up the chaos, the urgency, the jeopardy. As soon as people saw Darby and the gang, yay! Now, as good as this was, just imagine for a second if you didn't see blood on TV all the time with AEW. If you didn't see angle after angle in every segment all the time with every company. If this was not only perfectly done like it was here, but unusual. And didn't happen multiple times in a segment where There's just these ridiculously long beatdowns and heat segments and et cetera, just over and over. Imagine what kind of impact this would have had, and then realize that's the kind of impact that Angles had before we got to this point where everything has been so overdone. That's why people in the crowd would lose themselves and try to get over the rail to help. That's why tickets would be sold for the event, or pay-per-views would be bought for the event that this issue is going to culminate in, because it would register with people because they didn't see it all the time. And it was not only well done, but unusual. We have to imagine that now because we don't live in that world anymore. That's why most of the time, even these things, even the ones that are well done, they don't work because it's not different. But this was the best segment, again, of the entire week of any wrestling promotion. Your thoughts?
This has been the best feud in professional wrestling since it began. And whenever people hear us criticize some of the wrestling they may like, some of the younger stuff, some of the high-flying stuff, and they'll say, well, it just seems like you guys don't like anything. Wrestling's moved on from what you like. You just have to accept it. I point to something like this. This is exactly what I think wrestling should be now. And we're about to go to a pay-per-view, and I'm excited to see this match. They've built it up. There's meaning behind it. It's not a throwaway match. Every single thing they've done on TV has meant something and continued the build. This is the best feud in wrestling. This is the smartest feud in wrestling. This is an example, and I've said it a while back when it came to things when AEW does it right, and it's modern-day Mid-South wrestling like this.
Yeah.
It pisses me off more when I see some of the other stuff on the show. Because this is exactly the tone of what the competitor to WWE should have.
Yes. Not phony, not showbiz,
right.
Not predetermined, prearranged, not fixed, not a performance. That is because the WWE has that all locked up, and apparently a lot of people don't want to see that. Not like they ever did. It's just more apparent than ever before now. And this could be, as you said, modern-day Mid-South wrestling, a violent alternative. It doesn't always have to be violence. And I just said don't overdo it. Somebody's going to say, well, you can't do that all the time. You just said that. No, use this tone. Use this execution. Everything is logical. Everything's believable. The people that say things, what they say, they appear to mean. The matches appear to be important. They don't appear to be cooperating with each other and winking at their friends while they have fun doing cool moves.
Hey, do you remember how MJF turned on Cody?
Goddamn, it's been a long time, but basically, Cody had taken MJF as his protege, even though he was a heel. Cody saw something in him, and everybody else was trying to warn him, but too late. MJF's true colors came out along those lines, something of that nature.
He threw in the towel, cost him the match with Jericho, which meant he could never get a AEW World Title match again, but he got in the ring. They embraced him and the Hurt Cody, and then he gave Cody a shot to the nuts. So I like that. It's a throwback to his last betrayal, and I think that's brilliant too.
Ain't that a kick in the nuts? There you go. That's MJF's thing.
This is the best feud in the history of AEW, and when it comes to this pay-per-view, you have a world title match. You have the three-way tag team title match. Make no mistake, this is the main event of that pay-per-view. This is the one match I can't wait to see.
Well, we're going to get to their world title match in a minute and the lack of promotion or interest or anything in it. But yeah, I can see people, especially the ex-WWE fans in the audience, want to see Moxley against Danielson. But, I mean, has there ever been a major world title match in a major company on pay-per-view that has any less interest than this one? And the tag team title match is just the interchangeable trampoline cowboy match that they always have. It's not going to be anything different, not appreciably better or worse, depending on whether you like that kind of thing, as all the other matches they do, because it'll be the same thing. So, yeah, Punk and MJF, they ought to have points in this pay-per-view, because if it does well, it's almost all them.
Yeah, and, there goes to my discussion before about the tone. Take take personal feelings and everything aside. Just look at it objectively. The stuff with the Bucks and Red Dragon and the Bucks and Cole, which ties into Cole and Page. Look at that tone versus the tone of everything with Punk and MJF. Everything is serious. Everything at times is evil. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like one thing, and then on the other side, it's a bunch of guys just playing. I mean, that's really what it seems like. When, hey, Brandon, turn on the camera. Okay, so we're going back into the comedy portion of the show, where they're going to do a bunch of comedy routines that suck. That's the problem. You know, like I said, send half the people to Ring of Honor. Now that you have that option, that's like Australia. Send everyone to Ring of Honor right now. And just make one of the promotions the serious tone that wrestling needs. This angle, this feud, and I'm sure this match coming up are exactly what wrestling can be right now.
Well, speaking of what wrestling can be right now, it took 1 week for them to pretty much neutralize everything. Well, 2 weeks now. Neutralize everything that Keith Lee did in that debut. In that match he had where he got over like $1 million, doing everything he should do. And then the following week, they had him do a pre-taped interview in the back where the heels came out and shut him up and he got no comeback. Well, this week, there's Tony Schiavone with Keith Lee again. He's interrupted again before he says a word this time by Starks and Hobbs, and he doesn't like it. And he comes out and says that he's not happy with being interrupted all the time. And they tell him, don't be at Rampage. You don't want to mess with us. We're going to fucking do whatever the fuck. And they walk off. And Keith Lee's last line was, and I will be there. Like he was doing Shakespeare in the Park. And there has been I'm trying to think what website it was on, but it was a quote from an interview with Keith Lee that he's just done here where he admitted that the WWE didn't like his voice or his way of speaking. And he said, I don't know what it was, maybe my tonal quality or something. No, somebody had to tell you, you big jug-headed bastard. Somebody had to flat out tell you, you sound like goddamn Fraser Crane. I expect any moment, Niles, please tell Daphne that Dad's dog has died. Yes, we've been saying that since I've seen him and heard him. He looks great. He can move around. He's got the ability to be a big star in the wrestling business, and he sounds like a college professor. And if he could do something about that, he should be a big star. Apparently, they were telling him that. Now we know probably one of the reasons why he got released. They were telling him that, and he wasn't listening to him. He wasn't trying to change it because he won't even now admit that he knows what the problem was. If you can't, even if it's yourself, I know a lot of people can't admit things about themselves. I don't think I have necessarily the most mellifluous voice in the world, Brian.
No, you certainly don't.
I didn't say you needed to agree with me.
I'm sorry.
But when I watch a video of myself, I would be able to say, well, you know what? I don't sound at all like I look. In Keith Lee's part, he looks like the Hulk and sounds like Fraser Crane. And they obviously wanted him to do something about that, and he obviously thought that he knew better. And so he didn't, and now he's at another place where he's going to be, and they probably won't tell him, hey, goofball, get some bass in your voice and sound like you mean you're going to kick somebody's ass, not like you're, fucking auditioning for the actor's studio. So apparently that's what we've got with him. So now we kind of have further ideas on why he didn't get any farther with all the obvious talent he's got. And then, Brian, remember I said I apologized to the AEW women's roster after I saw Lash LaRue and what's her face on the other program?
Yes.
I take the apology back, and I couldn't believe it. Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter against Mercedes Martinez and Thunder Rosa. I'm like, okay, we liked Rosa, we like Mercedes, and Britt Baker ain't bad. I'll start this and see what happens. But they didn't have a match. They did a 4-way jump start and a phony fight on the ramp. And then they got in the ring, and Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker, and I would have, if you'd have said pick out 2 of the 3 best female wrestlers in AEW, it's not named Serena Deeb, I would have said Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker. They got in the ring and got lost and stood there and threw fake punches at each other's outer biceps while they were discussing something. Then they went into a drop behind spot, but Thunder Rosa was going to run the wrong way into the ropes for the cutoff where Jamie Hayter was going to come from behind. So Britt had to kind of grab her by the waist and turn her 90 degrees to the right and shove her off to the ropes so she'd hit that way so Britt could drop down and Jamie Hayter could. And I said, fuck it. Everybody is rushing. This is falling apart already. And I rushed to the remote. Did I miss anything?
No.
Okay. Did you see Jane Cargill, Mark Sterling, Officer Barb Brady, Ty Conti, and whoever the other girl is that hangs around with Ty Conti in the back?
Anna J.
Anna J. Fake verbiage, acted badly. And is it the Anna J girl or the Ty Conti girl that keeps coming in the ring for saves with a chair, and instead of running and swinging the chair, she just walks over carrying the chair like she's hopping in on a quilting bee, or every time that somebody says something, she just stands there with a blank look on her face? Which one is that?
I'm not sure, actually.
I don't know. But anyway, Sterling is horrible because he's so fake and he comes off so phony that he can't get any heat because you just laugh at it. And the other 2 girls are just lost. They're lost balls in high weeds screaming, "Find me!" And none of them can act. And Barb Brady had more emotion here than one of the girls. Anyway, Wardlow wrestled Cesar Romero and powerbombed him and beat him. And here's the thing. It's great that Wardlow had a win on television. That's a good thing. But why weren't Wardlow and Spears arrested for the attack that they perpetrated earlier if they didn't leave the arena before that happened?
I don't know.
It seems like maybe you could have got Wardlow and Caesar for their 90 seconds in before that other assault. It might have made, but anyway. There was the pre-taped interview in the dark room, possibly a dark cavern with coked up gerbils running around. I don't know. The lights are out. I can't see. But it was the Knights of the Kings of the Black House of Malachi. And now there's 3 of them. And Malachi starts talking, and then one steps into the light, finishing his sentence, and then the other one steps in the light, finishing his sentence. I have questions. What is their deal? To quote Tracy Smothers, what's your deal? What's your deal? Why do they follow Malachi Black? What are they following him to do? What is the mission statement of the House of the Knights of the Kings of the Black Hole? Who wronged them in the past? How are they hurt people that are now hurting people? What caused them to turn against society? What is the common goal that bands them together to do what function in wrestling that, you see the questions I've got, Brian?
Oh, yeah.
Now, they talk spooky.
Yes.
Because somebody has sat there and written that down, and it sounds good on paper that it's spooky. Do you understand it when they're speaking it out loud, when they've memorized it, and they don't really mean any of this because they're trying to be spooky?
No, this is terrible. This is terrible. And this is the kind of stuff where you wonder with some of these guys who left WWE if this is why they left, because Vince wouldn't let them do this kind of stuff.
And in that case, I'm on Vince's side.
Yeah, me too. This is terrible stuff. I don't need spookiness in AEW. We just talked about the fucking Punk MJF segment and the tone of that. And later on in the same show is this. 3 guys set up for a pre-tape with special lights and spookiness. Get the hell out of here. And then they said cut, and they all went and sat at catering. It's so stupid, and I just think it's counterproductive to AEW.
Again, that's the thing, is that they don't really mean it. Charlie Manson, He had a fucking patter. He had a rap. He could find those people. You read the books and you could delve into the psychology. He knew how to talk to the disaffected kids that had been spurned by their parents and have set out on the street because they couldn't live under the rules at home because they were being downtrodden and blah, blah, blah. And he was able to pick the weak spots and exploit those and turn the will of these otherwise normal middle-class kids to mayhem and murder and wild sexual orgies because he could psychologically penetrate their fucking weak spots and capitalize on all that. Who's going to follow this fucking guy? He can't even spit Kool-Aid in people's faces right. Anyway, we're back in the back. MJF tells Ward. Now, MJF is still there. He's still wearing the bloodstained shirt where he wiped Punk's blood off his face and wiped it across the picture of Punk on his shirt. And it's great that they're there. It's a fine thing that they're there. But if what happened earlier had really happened, either they would have been arrested or they would have left the building before anybody could do that, or they would have been run off or something would have happened. But now they're mixing their shit up. MJF is basically tells Wardlow he's so happy with him. If he wins the TV title, he can go ahead and keep it. He doesn't have to give it to MJF. And of course, like you're not going to win it anyway. And Wardlow fires up at him verbally a little bit, and MJF comes and slaps the taste out of Wardlow's mouth. You work for me. You're not a professional wrestler. They're trying to close the loopholes. You're not a professional wrestler. You work for me. You're under contract to me, not AEW. If you don't do what I say, you and your family are going to be out in the street. Well, that's a good deal. I don't have a problem with this angle. I have a problem with it as a follow-up to the amazing angle they just did. And now they're coming back. It's like George Costanza not leaving on the punchline, sticking around to fucking die later with bad material. Why are you pushing it? Let me ask you a question. Somebody's going to say, well, this had to happen before the pay-per-view, before whatever happens with Wardlow. They're going to further it, so this had to be on there, but it couldn't happen before the angle with Punk. Well, okay. In that case, after the angle with Punk on this television show, we shouldn't have seen any of these people again. And then on the pay-per-view, in the locker room, before the match takes place, we go back to get comments from MJF, who's warming up, and there he does the deal with Wardlow and the byplay and the slap and the blah, blah, blah. And then they go out and have the match, and whether anything happens in the match that connects to that or not, then back next week on TV, they show, well, folks, MJF and Punk fought on the pay-per-view, but before that match took place, some very interesting things occurred between Wardlow and MJF. And you show that on TV. Now everybody's seen everything in its proper order. You saw this angle on television. You saw on the pay-per-view the slap promo with Wardlow and MJF, and then MJF and Punk and whatever they're going to do. And for anybody that missed that, we're going to catch them up with it on TV next week. Just spread the shit out a little bit. Any other thoughts before I go to our main event?
No, they've been teasing MJF Wardlow for
2 years.
For 2 years. It definitely feels like it's getting close to the payoff. I'm guessing he's going to have to go through Spears to get to MJF, but it seems like we're getting close to the end of Punk MJF. I don't know if they're going to go to a third match or not.
I'm telling you, God damn it, they should. MJF ought to win the first one and the second one, and then Punk win the third one.
Let me ask you this. In a perfect world, and obviously Tony Khan's formatting is not a perfect world, but is this, in your eyes, good for the go-home show, or would you rather there be one more promo before the go-home show? On the go-home show, I should say.
No, this was good for this spot because it's fresh in people's minds, and now, boy, nobody has destroyed CM Punk like that in a long fucking time. And and there's nothing else you can say after this. Punk's strong point is not doing the I'm going to get revenge on you, motherfucker promo. You know, if this was Jerry Lawler in the Memphis days, if this had happened to him, yeah, put Lawler out there for 3 minutes, sell us some fucking tickets. But I think this spoke for itself, and I don't think you need any more. And I think either side MJF's made his point, and everybody knows what Punk wants to do. I don't think that even Punk could tell people what he wants to do any more than what they're hearing in their heads anyway. So I think this was a good, to me, it's always best to leave the issue with the guy on top that people take as the underdog or the lesser name. In other words, Punk's a big star. MJF needed heat on him going into it. If MJF was a bigger star than Punk, then maybe they should have done this last week, and then Punk had a chance to state his case, cut his promo, or even try to get even just to show he wasn't down and out of it. You see what I'm saying? Whoever in the fans' eyes, most of the time, not always, but to me, whoever the lesser guy is in the fans' eyes should get the last word before the match that they have to pay to see. Or if both guys are even, Austin and Rock, then go with the heel getting heat at the right before the go home. That's just kind of what I always try to do. And it doesn't always work out that way, but it doesn't always need to be that. But if you're trying to really have a grudge match, a hot angle, and you go into it with the heel having gotten heat, and you can go back and forth. The heel pisses on a guy's leg initially to start it. And then the babyface does something to make the heel look foolish or make the fans will laugh at him, embarrasses him. And then the heel comes back and does some goddamn violent mayhem or destroys some of the babyface's property or whatever the fuck. And then maybe you have a goddamn promo beforehand. But, you know, you can go back and forth and keep it fresh with, well, we ain't even yet, motherfucker. But you can't. What AEW has done a lot in the past, remember we've talked about this, is they get heat on a guy and then they blow it all off on free television and then have the match. Remember the one time Jericho had a match with Jericho after Jericho had a match with Jericho. Well, that probably would draw if Jericho could referee it too. He'd love it. But
sounds like his dream.
Yeah, his dream match. MJF had a match with Jericho where it was supposed to be a hot grudge match after Jericho had flushed his fucking head in the toilet. That ain't a grudge match. It's over by that point. So anyway, that's my rule of thumb, is that there is no rule of thumb except I like to give the heel the heat going in, or the lesser name should have the advantage going into the thing.
All right.
But speaking of lesser names, we will come to our main event of the evening, and this won't take long, folks. I said Adam Page versus Adam Cole for the world title, the AEW World Championship. And we've been talking for weeks about, does anybody, even Adam Page, believe that he's really the world champion? Because he sounds like he's trying to talk himself into it. This ass-backward, long, drawn-out drama morality play that he did with Twinkle Toes and their tag team, and his circuitous route to the world championship, he finally starts getting his wins after he wins the world title. And then they expect Adam Cole to be a challenger to him when they bring Adam Cole in to great fanfare, and then spend the next, has it been 4 to 6 weeks now, beating Adam Cole with underneath talent and involving him with job guys. They reunite the Undisputed Era and have him working with the Puddin' Gang. Adam Cole, his highest profile match has been being beaten by the company mascot with an actual hug. A fake hug. Not even a hug that he couldn't get out of, but an obviously fake hug. And now they expect Cole and Page to draw as a world title match. So, they have a 6-man. And God damn it, can we just get that fucking sock-faced wearing idiot to just say 6-man tag instead of this trios match? This isn't Guadalajara. It's not a trios match. It's a 6-man tag. If you can make it sound any less violent, why don't we call it a romper room match or a tea party match? Jesus Christ. They come up with these fucking phrases, and every time they could make a goddamn shark-infested death pit of razors sound like a box of fluffy ducks. Anyway, so I'm thinking it's Cole and it's Fish and it's O'Reilly against Adam Page, Little Brutus, and another Dork Order fellow. And I'm okay, it's obvious what they're going to do here. They'll try to get some interest in Cole versus Page last minute. Adam Cole will beat the reigning champion, Adam Page, 1, 2, 3, in a 6-man tag here and lend some interest to their match in a couple of days. So I'm not going to watch the Dork Order on purpose or willingly, so I skip to the finish to see them do this. Guess what happened, Brian? Well, you know what happened. You watched it. Adam Cole beat one of the Dork Jobbers. The world champion got kicked. Adam Page got kicked or struck in some fashion and just fell backwards and tagged one of the jobbers and rolled out of the ring. And Adam Cole hit the job guy with 2 or 3 different things and pinned him 1, 2, 3. And it was a 6-man tag. And Adam Cole and the job guy were the only wrestlers on either team that was even in the ring. They were all laying around the ring, staying out of the way until their next part was called for. So the world champion, I will reiterate, takes a bump and tags out and rolls out on the floor, and he's done from this one shot. He's done for the rest of the match. Adam Cole beats the fucking job guy, which accomplishes nothing. And then the heels start getting heat afterwards. They're all fine now. They jump in the ring now and start getting heat. And Page is fine because he jumps in to try to stop it. And he makes a little comeback, but the heels get him, and the Dork Jobbers are dispersed wherever, and they get duct tape Page to the ropes, his hands spread out. And this is not the Rage in the Cage in Knoxville, where we sent Bob Armstrong to the hospital, where we put him out in the exact same position on the cage, and nobody could get in the locked cage, and there were people trying to climb the cage. And we were fucking knocking him off the goddamn deal, and the bell was ringing, and I'm beating on Bob Armstrong while he's crucified. No, they duct taped Adam Page to the ropes, both hands. Well, the referee stood on the floor and said, "Y'all boys don't do that now." And there was no bell ringing, and there was no security to come out, and there were no baby faces or any friends of the champion that tried to help. And the heels beat up the job guys, forcing Adam Page to... It was like they stole the scene in the John Wayne movie, but they didn't understand why it meant something. When you fucking tie Randy Savage in the ropes and he has to watch while fucking Rick Rude makes out with Miss Elizabeth. Or you fucking tie the babyface in the ropes and you have to watch while the heels beat up his son or his girlfriend. But no, they tape Adam Page to the ropes. They beat 2 of these job guys up that nobody gives a shit about, that's in the Dork Order. You can't even call their fucking name, while Adam Page is immobile, and then super kick him a time or 2 while he's immobile, with no bell ringing and no security and nobody trying to help, and nobody ever did come. At least until my DVR froze, because they always almost run down to the end of the show because they can't manage their time. So a phony sports entertainment style angle on the same show as the textbook definition of how to get interest in a wrestling match that CM Punk and MJF did earlier. And they didn't even bring out the fucking security guards again that we already know are in the building. It's the world, and then it's Bizarro World. You're looking at the moon, And then by the end of the show, they take you around to the dark side. And everybody involved in this one is certainly in the dark.
Well, it's no surprise. Dark Order, Adam Page, Adam Cole, Red Dragon, Young Bucks. As soon as it involves that Young Bucks clique, it's going to be silly. You're going to have to put up with bad acting, and you're going to have to put up with all this. And I have no interest in any of their matches for the pay-per-view.
Show.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem.
They didn't treat the same exact set of circumstances. Well, one of the problems is they had the same exact set of circumstances twice on the show, and this angle did nothing for anything. Nobody gives a fuck about Adam Page versus Adam Cole because of the way they've both been presented, and they give less of a fuck out of it now because this did nothing. What this did do was diminish the good angle with the real main event that was done earlier in the program and also call people's attention to, well, wait a minute. They had the same set of circumstances an hour ago, and they treated it completely differently. But now they don't do any of those things they did before. It's the same shit happening. Well, this must be phony. You think? Closing thoughts, Brian.
I kind of summed up all my thoughts. I look at MJF and Punk and the tone of it, and I wish that there was a promotion that from the moment the show started until the moment it ended, treated wrestling like that. There's no reason that there can't be. There's no good reason that there shouldn't be, other than you actually need someone to do it. But when you see it on this show and then you see all the other stuff, it stands out even more. Yeah. That's all I want. Give me Mid-South 2022.
And again, that's why I have been uncomplimentary of Tony Khan and completely dismissive of the fucking idiots that he went into business with, because this is what it could have been. And this is what we were promised. But he didn't have the ability to pick the talent roster or the balls to stand up to the ones he did pick or the experience to perpetrate a serious promotion. So instead we get kids playing with kids and the little rich kid playing with his live action figures. And that's why I've been especially offended. If it was somebody else say, oh, we're going to do this sports entertainment like Vince does. Well, I wouldn't give a shit because I don't want to see that and I don't want to see any more of it. But when somebody says, hey, we're going to do a wrestling promotion and sports-based presentation and do something different than all this sports entertainment horse shit, and then that was the problem. And that's, again, as I've said from the start, why I knew that there was no sense being involved in this. Because the people that he picked to go into business with are not capable or talented enough of doing this the proper way. So they have created their own way where they get over, but it makes the wrestling business and everybody else in it look like shit. And that's Twinkle Toes, and more specifically, the Hardley Boys. And I knew they couldn't play it straight, and I knew that this kind of shit would happen. And I've been saying it since the start, since before they went on television. I even said, prove me wrong if you can. And they didn't prove me wrong because they can't. And now that Tony, through serendipitous means, has gone out and actually been able to sign real legitimate talent that are blowing these fucking trampoline cowboys away, it still has to be drugged down because they still have power. He still doesn't realize that they fucking sent him down the wrong path. He still thinks there's something to these clowns, and he still allows them to go out there and muck up a large portion of the show. So that's why I'm offended. It would be the same if I was a musician, a former professional musician, and music, well, I guess it has been really fucking gone to shit over the last number of years. If I'm a former professional musician and somebody with $1 billion says, hey, we're going to bring music back. No more of this rap bullshit. All these fucking clowns making a sound like a cat is being disemboweled in the garage. We're going to play rock and roll music. We're going to have fun. Hey, I'd like to be on board. Oh, but shit, we got Kanye and iced tea and iced coffee and iced crackers and all the rest of the ices, and all the rappers are going to sing these songs. Well, fuck you. Why'd you lead me on? I know what it's going to sound like now. Same thing.
Well, it won't be the same thing this week on the drive-thru. All new questions.
All new answers, too. By gum, if I don't know them, I'll make some up.
No, only the truth.
And you know what else we're going to be talking about this week, don't you? On the drive-thru, your program.
The AEW pay-per-view.
The goddamn pay-per-view.
Which I forgot about until a second ago.
Well, it's been promoted for so long, we just couldn't realize it was right upon us. So yeah, we're going to be talking about that and questions and songs and tap dances and so much more. In the meantime, are we done here? Have we had the people long enough?
In between time, we are done here. We've had them long enough.
As I saw the cop say to Vince McMahon one time, if you have no more questions, folks, you're free to go. Thank you. Fuck you. Bye-bye, everybody.